think people kind of always doubted me as a player, but I've always believed in myself. In school, a lot of people wanted to either become a fireman or a teacher or maybe something else, but I just always looked at esports. Definitely was a point in Fortnite where I was like, okay, I'm actually quite good at this. I should start playing tournaments. I started playing scrims and stuff, and then realized I was actually on the level with other very good people. A couple of my friends always knew, but then I think I was in 8th grade. I was in the paper. One of my classmates, they pulled it up on the screen. They showed everybody, and then everyone was like, whoa. I think 5-10 years ago, people always kind of talked down on gaming before it got so big in esport and stuff. And so I just didn't want to be known as the kid that just plays games all the time and stuff. But now I can tell everyone without feeling any kind of shame. Yeah, it feels nice now. Actually being confident in what you do. I've always really liked sports. The last thing I played was handball for 3 years. Yeah, the closest comparison in handball or Fortnite is probably just the intensity. You have to think about what moves you're gonna do and what plan you have for the game. I think the strategic aspect plays a part in both of them. I think people doubting me probably changed when I got that 7th and 2nd in FNCS. I think that's when people actually started taking me serious. It just felt so good. My mom called me after, and then she told me she was proud of me, and it was the best feeling in the world. I definitely think one of my strengths is just preparing. It's just how much people prepare now that really makes a difference in a final lobby, for example. I think my playstyle definitely changed over the years. Back in the day I was very hyper, and I just wanted to do stuff all the time, but now I'm calm. I just do stuff slow, and I actually have a game plan. I definitely matured from that. That definitely helped my game as well. Before a grand final, there's usually 2 weeks from when you qualify to when you play a grand final. You have to figure out how to get storm surge, you have to figure out what rotations to do, you have to figure out what loadouts you want to carry, and you have to figure out so much stuff. Preparation in Fortnite, leading up to grand finals, is definitely not only Fortnite things. You'll have to make sure you sleep right as well, so your brain is focused, and make sure you eat right as well, so you don't feel bad, and work out or go out and get sun, so your mind is fresh and prepared to do the work you have to do. If I qualify to Copenhagen and I have a good landing spot, then I definitely think I can at least top 6. Qualifying to the Global Championship would mean everything to me since it's in my home country, so hopefully we can get it done.
This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
Welcome back to another round of FNCS. Today, it's time for teams to make it or break it if they want to reach the grand finals. Some big names are already in secure positions, but for everyone else, they have to fight for the last series points tonight. A team that's fought hard to reach this point is Archie and Jakey Fan. With a big solo clutch from Jakey last night, they're here tonight to claim their spot. Things are looking great for this duo. However, they need a decent performance to make it to the grand finals. Can they do it? Another duo that needs to fight for a spot is Anis and Srapt. The Danish duo has been impressive so far, but now have to push in this last stretch if they want to be FNCS Major 3 Grand Finalists. Lastly, the up-and-coming duo Meza and Voltiax have a chance to make it to the Grand Finals. This young and talented duo may not have as much experience as everyone else yet, but for what they lack in experience, they need to make up for in firepower tonight. Everything is on the line tonight as teams hunt for a spot in the Major 3 Grand Finals and their chance to claim a Major 3 title, the Axe of Champions, a share of the prize pool, and one of the highly sought-after spots for the Global Championships later this year. This is the EU FNCS.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Today, we are looking at week number 3. We are back for the action in EU. And man, with one final chance here to make it to grand finals, everything is on the line for these duos. Now, of course, before we get things rolling, I just wanted to remind you guys at home, Legends Landing, it's a great place to not only watch the FNCS, but play Fortnite at the same time. 1v1 and 2v2 box fights, build fights, the Hall of Legends, a display for the Axe of Champions, and so much more. Make sure you guys swing by. Again, if you just want to watch Fortnite, do a little box fight, and then run back over to watch the FNCS, Legends Landing is a great place to do that. Now, of course, as we get ready for today's competition, we need some analysts who will be helping us call all the action, break things down for us, and we've got none other than the best Taco and a Mini Miner who will be helping us out. Guys, welcome to week number 3. How are you guys doing?
I mean, it feels awesome to be here, especially knowing that this is the last stop right before the grand finals for Season 3. It couldn't be a better time.
Yeah, feels great. I mean, of course, we have the grand finals coming up, but to get there, some of our teams need some interesting placements, some interesting storylines to follow today. So keep your eyes peeled for some of our duos because now this is the last chance to qualify for grands.
Absolutely. And myself, I'm getting a little cold. So if I sound a little weird at times, don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. So let's start with the series point leaderboard. This is kind of what we've been talking about every single FNCS. Remember, players play for 3 weeks, then they put points on the series point leaderboard, and then from there, the top 50 move on to grand finals. So if we were to take a look, we got to say, okay, well, what duos are maybe on that bubble, right? Which duos are right on the edge that are maybe sitting outside that 50th place that are trying to make it in? Well, we can break some of that down. So here's a look at just the top 10, right? Go ahead and orient your minds here. Seti, Cammy, 1,500 points, right? Quite a big number here. This top 10, they're looking pretty good for grand finals. So like I said, let's go to the very edge. Let's go to the very bubble of here and look at 50th through 59th place. So remember, top 50 are going through. So right now in that 50th place, they're fighting for it. So if we look down, 54th place, Archie and Nipsey. What do these guys need to do to come into today to try and make sure they end today in that top 50?
Well, for starters, the simple fact that it's Archie alongside of Jakey Fan who's going to be trying to make that competitive run for Archie's first grand finals lobby would be a phenomenal feat to accomplish. They've looked relatively solid, though, leading from opens, now competing here today in finals, and they're in a much better position than what most would probably haven't necessarily anticipated at the very start of the season, but they only need about a top 40 finish, really, and that should put them in a great position to essentially qualify for grands.
Yeah, it was all about this Jakey Fan clutch yesterday, of course. We all saw it. Solo clutching his way to success in that last game. Unfortunately for Archie, he went down. That Mammoth Pistol was his demise in that game. But throughout the whole day yesterday, Archie was definitely pulling his own weight, playing very well, hitting so much damage with that Mammoth Pistol. I'm expecting more of the same from this duo today, and hopefully they'll find a little bit of success.
Okay, so let's dive even deeper, right? If we looked at 50th through 59th, let's dive deeper once again from 60th to 69th place. We have a duo here, Anas and Srapt, right there in that 60th place. So we know you guys just mentioned maybe like a top 40. What about these guys? Where do they need to end today?
As far as Anasa and Strapcow are concerned, we're really looking at being safe, looking at that top 33 placement threshold, because again, while there might be a little bit of wiggle room surrounding things, you just don't necessarily want to take those chances. And Anas, a player with as much experience to this game, and especially in competitive play, and granted his duo partner is nothing to scoff at either, but that's the main thing for Anas, is that he did seemingly struggle to find a duo in the first place. So this is really more a testament to how well they're actually able to develop their synergy as a duo, and whether or not that's really come to fruition.
Yeah, Anas has definitely been struggling to find a duo that's worked all. Chapter, of course, he's played with. Hen, of course, he's played with many other players, of course, as well. Marine being one of them. So it hasn't quite worked out for him until this season. These guys are performing very, very well. Of course, a Danish duo as well, so they have that Danish chemistry. And I'm excited to see if they can perform today. They're landing at the north side of Shattered Slabs. I'm expecting big things.
All right, okay, so let's dive once again. We go deeper. 70th through 79th place. We have a duo here, Mesa and Voltiax, currently in 73rd place. So you guys have gone from top 40, top 30. Does this mean they need a top 20?
Well, it's very contrasting to a lot of these other duos in EU, Zeke, because they do need essentially a top 12 placement or higher to really solidify themselves in that position. So this has really got to be a monumental day for them to perform in. And I think that it's definitely within their grasp. I mean, they got a pretty decent drop over at Sunspoon Lagoon. And in general, while this team only has one grand individual between them, that's Voltiax, who's actually qualified before. But this could be a big day, essentially, for both of them.
Yeah, a little bit of a less experienced duo, you could say, in the lobby, but I think they've learned a lot this season. They actually qualified to semi-finals in week 1, but they were lacking in eliminations, although their consistent placements were really, really solid. This week, they amped up the eliminations, they amped up the aggression, they went in with confidence, and that's why they're here today. So they're going to need all of that confidence today, because they've actually switched drops just to the north of Rumble Ruins, because they were, of course, going to that slap-and-go split. So this is going to be a big test for them. I think they deserve grand finals, though, so we'll have to see how they do.
I love to hear it. Now, as we get ready for more action from the FNCS, we have an interview, our favorite part of this show. We get to talk to one of the players, see how they are doing, and of course, get in the very minds. We have Archie standing by. Archie, what is going on? It's so good to see you.
Great to see you too, guys. Good to be back on the show. Obviously, missed out on last week's. Didn't qual, but we're back, and yeah, we're ready for some serious work.
Absolutely. So, man, we talked to you, in week 1, right? And things are going well. They're going pretty good. How do you feel like things are going now here in week number 3?
Honestly, after yesterday, don't think I've ever got so lucky. It was crazy. I don't know if you saw it, but it was just crazy.
Hard not to witness what went down there. I mean, I know your camp kind of sold it, because you hear the call from Jakey Fan to don't peek. But in instances like that one, especially when it comes to the competitive play, what exactly is going through your mind? Because everything is a team effort, and I'm sure that you're probably beating yourself up over that one.
Yeah, I think in my mind in that moment, there was a monkey clapping 2 cymbals, genuinely. It was just, I don't even know. It was the most stressful, I don't even know what to say. I had 4,000 people watching, and I was just droned out.
So you know today you need around a top 40 to qualify to your first grand finals. What's going through your mind? How does it feel? And what are the strats going into today?
So yeah, we actually need a top 44. I woke up, I had about 6 hours sleep because I was buzzing from yesterday's stream. I mean, we're in theory uncontested. We're just gonna play like normal. I actually feel extremely anxious. I am very nervous. I don't usually get nervous, but because obviously we're expected to qual now, to qualify, it just is about 10 times more pressure. But it should be fine, nice and chill, nice little end game. You'll see me in the hit and bangs. It should be fine.
I love to see it. Okay, everyone, Fortnite fam, you guys need to go follow Archie right now. Archie, where can they find you?
Twitch.tv/Archie.
There you go. I love to see it, of course. Thank you so much for your time, man. Best of luck in the competition today.
Thank you very much. Have a good time, boys. See you in a bit.
Love to hear from Archie. Again, they need about roughly top 40, so we're in high hopes. And of course, I would love to see Archie go to grand finals. So once again, as we focus back in on the competition, there's a couple things we wanted to highlight. And Mini Miner here took note. He said, there's a duo I've got eyes on. It's Thomas HD, it's Malabuka. So why have they been so successful, Mini?
I mean, they've just been so successful all season. They've been successful all chapter. I mean, they've just had incredible placements across all majors. And of course, Thomas HD is a big reason as to why. We talk about Thomas HD when it comes to the history. He's yet to win an FNCS, but he's quite possibly one of the most decorated players on the region, but he hasn't quite made it happen. I think this season could be their best chance at success and finally winning that championship with, of course, Malabuka. And let's just have a little breakdown as to how they managed to find success in the current meta, in the current format, of course, in the semi-finals from last week. This is really where they're popping up because, of course, they just have this drop. They are contested sometimes they're uncontested, and this is really where they start to pop off, Tekka.
Yeah, it's really just how proactive they are with their drop as well. You can see them full utilization of not only those hollow chests, but the vending machines as well, choosing to expend their gold instead of going for augment rerolls. They'd rather just have that heavy ammo solidified, and for good reason, because of this guy right here. Thomas HD has been a fearsome opponent with this mammoth pistol here in Season 3, and for good measure, he doesn't even like to take ranged ARs by any means. He doesn't need them because with that mammoth pistol, he's able to confirm so much surge damage.
Yeah, everything that they do is absolutely perfect. Everything that they do is so calculated, even down to their positioning. We can see this fifth zone right here. Let's just highlight Thomas HD and Malabuka inside of this zone. Right there, as central as they could possibly get in a high elevated area inside of Frenzy Fields. They can have this freedom and this flexibility of positioning because of Thomas HD's ability with that mammoth pistol. We know he can hit so many shots. And of course, the benefits of being in the center is that no matter where that sixth zone ends up pulling, they're going to have an equally short rotate, depending on no matter what that zone actually ends up being. So you see all the other players on the outskirts of zone hoping and praying that they're going to get that zone pull. If they don't, they've got a long way to go. They got to get on their bike. But for Malabuka and Thomas, they do get a nice zone pull. But of course, no matter where that zone was going to end up, they're going to have a short rotation. And it's all down to their pre-planning, their prep that they've done, of course, to be able to get into this position, because they've just been so proactive when it comes to positioning. They've been so non-static, if you like. They're always looking for something. And here is a perfect example. Malabuka and Thomas still looking for refreshes, even though they don't necessarily absolutely need one. They're planning ahead. They're playing well. And from this point on, they're just playing the low ground so well.
Yeah, and even just telling from their loadouts alone, it's a pretty big indicator that they've been doing a decent job at acquiring their combat caches as well, and that can be really difficult, especially in this no mobility meta that we've been seeing players kind of teeter-tottering on the brink of whether or not they're actually able to make it to their caches. So having that steady influx of materials off of whether it's refreshing limbs or just getting those caches and possibly even a vault, I think that alone puts them in a great spot to, again, just position like Mini was talking about, because they don't have to expend as many materials, so they've actually got those builds necessary to stay in the center zone. So if it doesn't pull their way, they're still not pulling the full aggro of the entire lobby.
Love to see it. So really quick, before we get started, I got to ask you guys your thoughts as players, especially with all this pressure, right? Like Archie was talking about, how do we keep our minds in the game and make sure we just do everything we need to do to make it to grand finals?
I think for more seasoned players, it's definitely just one of those instances where they're just going to let familiarity take over. But for players in a position like Archie, where it is essentially a newer feat for them, it's just staying calm.
Stay calm, focus on your own game. Don't worry about anyone else. Don't worry about the leaderboard. Just make every single game as good as you can make it and see what happens at the end.
That's right. It is here and now. Games are ready. EU is ready. And we know that you are as well. So, of course, let's get this popping. We've got Caster standing by. It's Jacob PR and Levin2K.
What is up, people? We are here for the final week of qualifiers. Of course, it's been an interesting 3 weeks, to say the least, right? I think we've seen the highs and lows of many of our storied teams. But here in this final qualifier, Jacob, there are no more excuses. There are no more opportunities after this. You have to make it in this week if you want to be in the grand finals. And the grand finals are so soon.
Yeah, and honestly, today, it's going to be a battlefield for a lot of these players to traverse through. We talked about it before the show. Teams already have their grand final spot secured. They're just defending the POI and the surrounding loot. So for those that are outside of that top 50, they're going to have to do everything that they can to get their points, get the highest placement possible. Because just like you just said, no excuses. This is the last go around because Surge Week, we've talked about it, is no longer here. Our top 50 teams go directly to grand finals.
Yeah, and I think you sort of emphasize it there, and it's a big deal. A lot of people this week going to be trying to set certain conditions so that going into grand finals, they have their POI secure, their strategy is locked in place, and that can cause for some chaos all around the map, but we'll do our best to follow it, of course.
Yeah, and just one thing to kind of note that for those teams that might not necessarily be able to fight for the series points, there's always that last chance major, but game number 1 and the marathon on the day starts right now.
I am excited, Jacob. I'm excited because I want to see who's really got the minerals, who's going to come into this week and let everybody know, yo, stay away from my POI, you don't want it here. Of course, there are still teams that very much need to just try and do their best to qualify out and out. But these kind of fights here on our screens are the kind of ones we'll be seeing all across the board. Hydro does a brilliant job to finish off Jakey, and so Trexa and Hydro will be victorious. Nathan and Jakey gonna have to hit the drawing board for game number 2.
Yeah, it's just the nature of these off-spawn battles right out of the gate. You put it all into a 50-50. Just unfortunate enough, things didn't work out. But with some of our players not necessarily making it here to our Week 3 finals, you're seeing a change of drop spots. The last opportunity for some teams to get that practice under their belt. And I'm talking about Hide on Bush and Mustache. They usually go towards north side of Slappy Shores, but they realize how much success teams are finding towards the secluded Spire. Doom by himself, he goes down to Zip. And that's just the nature of this earth.
Yeah, and that's something that is very, very much of note. Hide on Bush and Mustache deciding to change their spot. They've been North Slappy all chapter long, and now deciding, hey, look, we want to go to the secluded Spire. It's such a strong spot. I'm sure we'll talk about it more throughout the day. On our screens here, though, over towards the northeast of the map, or northwest, I should say, sorry, in this Breakwater Bay area. Edwin will come out on top of this fight.
A big fight, a much needed one at that. And I like that stat. 35 players competing today are looking to make their first ever grand finals. And I like to see players, you know, after playing, whether if it's a little bit or a lot, finally achieve that accolade, because that is step number 1 to actually claiming that Axe of Champions. But the storyline, Jakey fan, Archie, the clutch just to get them here. And now they just need almost the bare minimum to qualify. But that almost puts a different sense of pressure, like Archie was saying.
I don't want to call him out, yeah, but I'm going to have to. Archie in that interview said, yeah, I don't really get nervous. Excuse me? Archie, are we talking about the same the milkman saying you don't get nervous? Look, Archie's always nervous in any competition he plays. It's all about whether or not Nipsey will be able to cool his nerves and have the kind of performance he had yesterday, because he had a huge clutch to actually see them qualify to play in round 3 today. So all eyes will be on his duo partner. And of course, we want to see Archie doing well individually.
We always want to make sure. A lot of our fan favorites at the top of the leaderboard. There's Peshka looking like he's already with some early game struggles, lost his teammate, and now he's by himself. But he does have a decent loadout, and this is one of the teams that we're talking about. They're outside of that top 50 bubble as of now, but they need the bare minimum placement on the day in order to make it to that grand final. So this is why you could see him trying to hide, stay alive. It doesn't matter how long it takes in this position. It's all about the points that he's trying to gather here and get themselves off to an early game start here in game 1.
Yeah, I think the big thing is they got to try and sort that. Oh, okay. Let's calm down there, because our boys Hydra and Trexa are in another fight, and they're up against Bala and Alex Cod.
Not too much. Nobody really backing down just yet. And I like the way they position themselves, ultimate low ground in the same box. There's that strength in numbers, but on the other side, they're just trying to get 2 different angles. You can see them using the flapjacks, trying to break into the box, cause at least a little bit of damage. try to whittle them down to make it easier as soon as they get into the box for a shotgun exchange. But I like how Hydro and Trex, they're just taking their time. They're experts. They've done this more than once. So for them, it's all about playing that blueprint in which you set out up until this point. The pressure still going to continue from them. They don't want to give it up. They're on the outskirts of the map. They did pull zone number 1, but you see in the minimap, slowly but surely, you see Repaired rotating on over. Wants to see what all this noise is about. Is it something that he can third party? Can he get some surge damage? Questions that we're asking ourselves. This fight is a little bit prolonged, but that just goes to show how much importance is on this.
Yeah, and you're seeing why the Flapjack rifle in fights like this is so good, just because of the way he can just continuously pressure them. So much ammo in the chamber that you can work with. Eventually, though, they will choose to disengage and move on from that fight. Something I didn't actually expect to see much of today, to be fair. I'm very much expecting people to commit to fights to the very end.
That's what we've seen. We've even seen it a little bit, even with Surge Week in Major 2, for the players that already got their spot. It's all about conditioning the rest of the lobby. It's not all about the POI. It's not all about where you land, but your loot path, how you're getting the Surge. Everything needs to be set in stone. It's the last chance for some of those players that already qualified to the Grand Finals to get that good set lobby practice underneath your belt.
Yeah, and speaking of teams who need to try and qualify for the Grand Finals, Anis and Strap, do you think they got what it takes?
I definitely do. I think they've been progressively getting better. We called Strapped a little bit of a rookie here, playing with his teammate, and that's a big amount of confidence you put into somebody, and I think they have what it takes. They've been doing well so far throughout the 3 weeks, but Slove and also the same thing can be said for them. They know how to finish a lot of these fights as soon as they start, and you can see them taking different angles. The shot's going to poke through, but unable to connect. This one is going to continue on. You can see the way they're fighting together. They're making sure to hover over their opponents, cut off any exits, not really give them any room to work with, and force them to use the Rift to try to get out of dodge.
Yeah, but they're going to dive right back down, of course aware of all the different players in the area that could take shots at them. And even with that being said, no matter how aware you are of it, sometimes not much you can do to stop it taken out of the sky. And As and Slove will look to try and claim that body if they can get the loot.
A couple players into the distance, watching over him like a hawk. You see already getting that Storm Surge up very, very early on in the game. And kind of ask you a question as we check out this replay. Do you think Storm Surge is going to be better for some of these teams, or do you think because of the amount of action you predict to see that it's going to be worse for some of these teams?
Oh, that's a mixed variable. I think it just really depends on where you are and who you are. I don't think there's one answer for everybody, right? I think some teams will certainly find it easier. There'll be others who have their struggles, but that's the case almost every week, right? I think Malibu and Thomas probably won't have too many struggles. They're obviously a team who has their spot established, and we're going to expect to see them in the finals. And so for these guys, their mission is almost to make sure everybody around their POI is completely afraid of them, right? Everybody that lands anywhere near racetrack goes, okay, these guys are going to be an issue for us. We're not going to go anywhere near it.
Yeah, and I can kind of agree with that because of how well they've been performing, not just this season, but multiple seasons in a row to kind of start the year off, and switching on over to a team that's trying to really build up respect on their names. Academy players for Guild, both TX and Mesa. You have familiarity with them, but they're just trying to go and get their position locked in the zone using the Rift this time around. They got a little bit lucky not getting Mammoth out of the sky, but that's just the name of the game when it comes to Fortnite. As Odin and Edwin trying to finish the fight they started on. Edwin was able to get his teammate back, and you could see how it works out for them already to kind of start what would be their first fight since the reboot.
Yeah, these guys again on a bit of a roll here now. 4 limbs total this game already. And I think that's important, right? When you're one of those teams on the outskirts this season, it's so difficult to get into good positions in the zone, and sometimes it can be even more difficult to get your surge, right? So when you have a bunch of opportunities to fight off spawn without really being interrupted, that damage does go quite a long way.
take back-to-back fights is going to be huge. Show them, and they're laughing. Another team that kind of switched up their drop spot as Mustache and Hideout Bush moved over to the Secluded Spire. They instantly kind of moved on out with a lot of POIs kind of opening up here in our week 3. We've seen a lot of teams just kind of take advantage, use whatever they can to kind of surprise anybody in this lobby. But Zone does look like it is going to pull up towards the north just a little bit. You see towards that frenzy field in your minimap, that is where it is going to cut off. So the southeastern side of the zone for now is going to be congested with a lot of these teams.
Show them and they're laughing, not you're laughing. Gonna be here over at Creaky Compound, and you see just how many teams are sort of in this area moving through. Of course, show them and they're laughing. Very much secured, you'd say, in terms of being able to make it to grand finals on their series points. And that actually makes them one of the few teams, Jacob, that has made it to every single major grand finals in this chapter. Not an easy feat by any means. That makes them, what, 1 of 9, I believe?
It's impressive. It's impressive. Just goes to show that, you know, consistency is going to be key. But these set lobbies, week 1, week 2, week 3, and the grand finals, it's just a whole different beast.
Yeah, and they've had a bit of an up-down and up-again year, right? Started the year quite hot, mellowed out around Major 2. Even though they still made it to finals, it wasn't the best for them. And here in Major 3, they've seemed to have been on a bit of an up again. Only thing I'd say, right, is that they are changing things up with their strategy. Landing now at North Slappy, almost making that switch with Tayson and Mustache, right? To avoid contesting them off spawn, but we'll see how it pays off for them this week and in grand finals. For Akira in this fight, a big shot now to really, really push the tempo of this fight, but a big shot being returned as well.
Yeah, it's just a back and forth battle, but Hydro definitely has his work cut out for him. 2v1, the numbers game that we've seen all too often here in Fortnite. It's just too much for even him to overcome, but it just goes to show they've been in battle after battle after battle up until this point, trying to rotate, and eventually it'll catch up to you. As Akira and Skyjump has solidified that and got themselves a good position now, but I can't imagine it's too much when it comes to Storm Surge, especially predicting how active this lobby will be as Rift Island appears. And who would you guess would go for it? None other than Thomas and Malibuca. We didn't see them really go for it too much in the first couple of weeks, but now a lot of our heavy hitters in terms of contesting that island is no longer there. It's basically theirs, and what I would think almost for free, unless somebody's daring enough to challenge them.
I don't think anyone wants to. But ultimately, if you do come up here, there's a good chance you'll be punished as a result of it.
Oh, rare miss from Thomas HD. I almost think that gives them a boost of confidence. They don't necessarily know who they're fighting up against, and you'd think Thomas would hit those shots. So now that a couple misses go through, you see them just trying to move themselves onto this Rift Island, cement their position, and they got Malibuca and Thomas separated on 2 different layers, but that's not slowing them down. It's not stopping them either, as a nice shot's going to be landed by Thomas, just immediately dominating his opponent, taking down his shield. But Malibuca take the same type of shot, and that's going to force them both to kind of play a little defensive and let their teammates heal.
Thomas, this season has been an absolute menace, as always, really, to anyone that he fights, but there's almost been a different sort of fire in him at times. It just feels like he is unstoppable when you watch him sometimes taking on these different types of fights.
Just a juggernaut, some would say. He's just one that commands so much respect here in the lobby with the zone. Like he talked about, continued going north, moving towards the west, so that's going to force people into the direction of Rift Island. But it is going to be captured. All those points going over to Thomas and Malibuca.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to put too much pressure on Thomas and Malibuca, but we know they are 2 of the most high-profile names to not win an FNCS in the world of Fortnite. And when you look at a lot of the competition this season, I think there's probably no better season for them than this one. Assuming that Tayson and Mustache are contested off spawn. If not, then hey, look, maybe it's a different type of conversation, but certainly you'd hope Malibuca and Thomas can pick up that first FNCS win. Of course, another team in that conversation for FNCS winning, Seti and Cammy on our screens here, and we got Vivid to fill us in with what they've been up to.
Yeah, for Cammy and Seti, it's just business as usual. Of course, getting their uncontested drop spot. But how do they continuously find themselves toward the top of that series point leaderboard? It's always their Storm Surge strategies. And this push towards Shattered Slabs is going to secure them a bunch of damage with that gold Mammoth pistol. But they're staying active in the early game as well, going to go make sure that they secure that combat cache. And the interesting choice here is going to be dropping the Flapjack rifle for their slurp juices. We'll have to see how this pans out throughout the late game.
Thank you, Vivid, for the breakdown on Seti and Cam. You're almost laughing there. You're talking about a great season for Thomas and Malibuco. Who's going to contest them at the top of the leaderboard? And then you got Fortnite saying, hold my slurp, and in comes Seti and Cammy. And a full breakdown by Vivid. And this is where it is going to get interesting towards the top half, because I even think that there is going to be an opportunity for somebody unknown to try to jump up that leaderboard, but there's 10 spots for the Global Championship after Major 3, and that last chance Major, the interesting thing is those 10 spots for Major 3 go to the upper side of the bracket. The last chance Major teams qualify to the lower side of the bracket, and that's why Major 3 has so much pressure around.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that a lot of people probably aren't really factoring in, especially since it's something that is very much new to the world of Fortnite, where if you make it to globals, you aren't guaranteed to be able to play in the lobby where you make the big money, right? That's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee you get to Championship Sunday, so it's very much about making sure you make it out of that bracket stage, and the best chance you have of making it out of the bracket stage is being in that upper bracket. And so if you don't make it in this grand finals in one of those 10 spots, you're gonna be battling it out for one of the lower bracket spots that comes with last chance Major. So again, very, very, very big pressure on a lot of these teams heading into grands.
Yep, this is gonna be one of them. Trapped and Anas, they still need very, very baseline performance on the day. They need to stay consistent throughout the course of these 6 games. You can see right now, Anas just a little low on the HP. You can see they're trying to save it for this next rotation, which does look like it is going to be far for them. Almost the max distance pull on the other side of the map. As Hen lost Uguay, but he's not backing down from a challenge, is close to zone. And if he has enough heals or can find some, because he's about to run out on the med miss, he could try to stay on this side of the zone, but he's just getting targeted by 2, maybe even 3 different players right now. And his chances of survival are slowly but surely going out the window as he's looking for any bit of heals. He's going back to the shack, where typically you might find some floppers, you might find something to work, but the time running out, down goes Hen.
Just as he got to the cooler as well, taken out, and it's Jakey Fan and Archie that were the ones really acting as the roadblock for Hen there.
Oof, great shot. Yet again, just it's kind of what happens when you're rotating along with the rest of the lobby on this congested side. You're seeing rifts being used from Rift Island, launch pads as well. Everybody just trying to make it over towards the zone. And the quicker you make it there, the less likely you will get, or you will not get Mammoth out of the sky as soon as everybody begins to look in that direction. Mixon and Blaha. This is a team I've slowly but surely become more and more of a fan of as time goes on. And they got themselves a good spot in the center of the zone, but it only lasts for so long before it gets another pull. And there's only one team realistically that does get a little bit of a max pull, and they can go towards that southern portion of that mini-map to try to go for a slow side rotate.
Yeah, but I guess a good thing about their 6th zone position there is that they have a pretty easy rotate. You see them on the side of the screen there, just running their way on in. Yeah, they're now in zone, nice and comfortable zone. They still have the opportunity, like you said, to rotate further towards the southeast if need be. Trippin and Refs though, caught in a world of hurt. Refs has been taken out, and Trippin now trying to pick up the pieces as a solo hit.
The cheeky kinetic ore getting tossed in his direction. Something you don't necessarily expect, but when it hits, it's definitely devastating. You can see him just going all the way towards that lowest elevation as possible. Trying to shield, hide exactly where he's rotating from. And you can see the builds in which he's editing as well. He's trying to hide those from his opponent. You see Bacon, you see Skabi over on the other side. And those are two potential opponents that can try to break into the box once they figure out he's a solo.
Yeah, and see Archie with the mammoth in hand. Needs to make sure he doesn't over-peak. We know he's susceptible to being a headshot at times, so... Again, just trying to line up those shots. A nice 82 there, trying to get his team up above that surge threshold. And that's why he's been a bit more daring in his peaks, but still making sure to be alert, look at left and right, make sure no one catches him out, and switching their focuses on to the teams here in that different direction. But again, just trying to do anything they can to hit a shot. Not much in it. Ooh, what's this play here? Ooh. Be a bit careful. He's going for the jugular right now. Wants to just get in on this team and force a fight. Force them to stay down and not try contest for height.
That's actually a good play. Pushing for Surge, doesn't get it, but now they get the ultimate high ground over the rest of the lobby, but they gotta start utilizing it. They're only 34 below the damage threshold, but Storm Surge is already doing so much damage. Minis being popped. Jakey Fan has to look somewhere, and they're continuously falling below that damage threshold, but a well-placed shot from Jakey. They're able to go above just momentarily. That way Archie can heal up, but they know their job is not done yet. They don't feel comfortable in this position when it comes to Surge, especially with the rotation right around the corner.
This is a rough spot to be in though. Vortexes and Frey caught in the back of the zone, and Vortexes now doing a great job to hit some shots. The Siphon can't come in time. And so even though he gets a knock, oh, it does! But that will only keep him ticking for a couple more seconds. The extra points will do wonders though. Frey now playing as a solo, just trying to run his way into the zone. There's some old builds here he can use, but needs to be careful. There's players behind him, needs to start blocking his back where he can. And now even the players in the zone looking to cause him issues, placing a cone right above them. And that will allow him to get in just barely.
Wow. For him to barely get scratched on that rotation is huge. He pat himself on the shoulder as he gets some placement points to click in. We're in our top 23, so now they're going to start ramping up as players and teams go down and get sent right back out of the lobby. We have two different teams kind of vying for that high ground. You got Hide on Bush on one side, you got Pink on the other, so it's going to be a battle of the Titans. But as we tune in, Hide on Bush has nothing. He has barely any match. You can see his heals are expended, 150 HP, so a refresh is going to be a must.
We are used to seeing Hide on Bush do spectacular things, but for him to make anything work here would be almost too much, you'd think. Players right behind him. I don't think he realizes he does now as he looks up, sees the wood being built there. Just going to still keep chasing in, and he's done a good job of really pressuring that player and slowing their rotation down. But he needs more than that, and more will come. He doesn't realize there's a player in his face, but once he does, Hide on Bush will hit a big 180, and he's in zone now. Still doesn't have heals, but a couple more materials to use to get in.
That was just a magnificent flick to keep himself alive. 14 HP and a dream for Hide on Bush, and he's not ultimate low ground. That's the biggest thing. He's not stuck in the chaos, but with the map's running out, so is his time. Frey, another solo in the lobby, sends him back, and that's back to the lobby he goes. It's going to be a big moment for Pink because look at his heals, and they have 6 eliminations as a duo.
Yeah, but Pink all alone right now and needs to play this as a solo as well as he possibly can. Giras and Chari up on height, and they're looking mighty, mighty strong there. Still building in hard mats, double coned up. Not really looking like anyone's going to contest that. It's all the fights going down below that we need to be aware of. Pink, though, potentially trying to flank them up on height. You see him looking up at it. They're not aware of where he is, so he can just sort of run into the zone right now.
Yeah, I just think he's kind of stuck with the decision without Vico. What do I need to do? I'm just a solo, but he does have a decent amount of mats to work with as he staggers himself with the slurp juice. Seti doing the same thing, but no HP to regain once he does make it to the zone, and only 2 builds left. Time is running out.
Such a hard spot for Pink, but he's making it work somehow. Still has plenty of materials. If he can just sort of top his way through, things might pay off for him, but the problem is the hype team is very much pressuring him now. They're seeing those hard mats. They're thinking, we got to pressure that guy at all costs. And that might force him to drop down. The slurp popped will get him back up in HP. And he's going to look down to see if there is anybody in that backside, but the pressure still comes through from above. Pink struggling to try and make his way into any sort of solace, any sort of safe area. But he's done such a good job up to this point, and that's still with 400 wood to work with. This is not a bad solo clutch for Pink at all.
No, it's not. He's the only, like you said, solo left in the game in a world full of duos, and he finds some shots on the one. He takes down Boaz, and there's his chance to keep things going. You talked about the resources he already has, so he doesn't need to be greedy towards the backside of the zone to try to pick those up. So talk about being the only solo. Now he has another player to join him on the hunt.
He's doing such a mighty fine job. There is that team just beneath him, and of course he knows the duo above. But to make it to this point so far, Pink has had to be one of the best in this lobby. But can he continue to do that? Drop down there, trying to hit one more shot. And the low ground team will now just dispose of him. Blaha and Mixon have done a mighty fine job to clear out this layer, and they're not done yet. They see Journey, but can they connect? They can.
Just a huge shot, but that brings it down to a 2v2. Gears and Chari, they've been smooth sailing on that high ground, and now they have the health advantage as well, and they have the chance to try to put down the pressure. But Blaha, Mixon, they have the low ground. If you look at the builds, it's going to come down to who runs out first, but Blaha's going down when it comes to the HP and the shields. They have it in the back on the side of Gears and Chars. All they need to do is drop down and solidify it.
Blaha and Mixon. Time is ticking for them, as they don't have the materials left to play around with this, so they'll just run into the zone, try to play for the outhill. Chari gonna try hunt them down, chase them down, and they're not hunting in packs, it is just Chari alone, as Gira stays in the zone, and so Chari has a big task in his hand. Can he hit the shot? He sees the player. Mixon scurrying around now to try hide. Chari finally realizing it's not happening for me, but look at all these heals, Jacob. Giras doesn't have enough to contest, doesn't have enough to compete, needs to try to find something now.
He found just a couple of cabbages, a coconut. That's at least something for him to work with. Slurp juice still ticking in, but it's going to run out eventually. Goes back to the flag, but nothing. No med miss, no med kit, nothing for him to use, but at the tail end, he finds it on the back of that. He's going to try to use it, and he gets the cabbage farm. He has a ton of heals to work with out of nowhere. Does Mixon have what it takes? With the last of the splashes uses, his time is run and out, and Gira somehow, some way, finds the farm and takes the game.
Last second med miss find was everything for Giras. They played height almost to perfection. Nobody really had any chance of taking it from them. And even when it came down to the heal off, which they weren't quite expecting to be as long as it was, they still managed to pull up the goods.
Yeah, and you can see it there at the very end when his teammate dropped down to try to fight the 1v1. He just boxed himself up not to give up the siphon overall, but Giris and Chari, they've taken over. You see the slurp juice, you see the exotic slap splash, you see Blaha go down, and he was on the hunt. Even though it did come down to a 1v1, it's little moments like that that really make the difference in terms of having that confidence for the next game.
It's a tough situation for Blaha and Mixon, because for the most part, I thought they played that game so well. You saw the way they played the low ground. Nobody had anything to do with them down there. But even though they thought they had, look, they were thinking, look, we have double med mist, you know, we've got some splashes. Surely this heal off will be easy as pie. But unluckily for them, the Fortnite gods just gifted a med miss to the other team, and so it wasn't quite enough. A big first game for both teams. Let's send it back to Zeke and the analyst to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. Just showing a mastery of a POI, right? Knowing where that patch was in Frenzy, saying, okay, let me orient myself really quickly. I know right here is a cabbage patch. Wow. And it, like Levin called out, just coming around the corner, you got to feel like if you're Giras, seeing that med miss, just thinking, yes, it's all coming together. That's what I want to live for, man.
Yeah, the Gears is a perfect example of never give up, because he kept searching for any sort of sustain, and the fact that he was still maintaining enough awareness around him to just continue searching out for what ended up being the primary difference maker.
Yeah, really well played hype from this team, of course. Shari with that SMG was really just able to apply so much pressure. I think so many players in that situation would end up just using that MK assault rifle, but I think he would have had that Mammoth pistol earlier on in the game, so was able to have that slot, just like Thomas HD, for that SMG. But as you guys mentioned, Giras doing a fantastic job. It wasn't just running around like a headless chicken. It wasn't as if he was running around with no directions to where he wanted to try and find a medmiss. He went towards that flag. He went towards that capture point, because on those capture points, more often than not, there's a couple of medmiss. So usually that's a great place to go if you're stuck in that situation and you need to try and find some whites. He didn't quite find it on the flag. He found it just away from the flag, and then another little cabbage patch there as well, just to heal himself up, which he didn't even need by the end of it. But a fantastically well-played game and a really good map awareness there at the end.
How did you guys feel about game number 1? I feel like it was maybe slow to get going, right? We had those initial eliminations come out from contested POIs, and then everybody's just tiptoeing around, and then right there at the end game, it was just an all-out free-for-all. Way more solos than I feel like I'm used to seeing on EU, but I'm down for aggression. I'm down for plays. Let's do that.
Well, that's part of the reason why I think this late game took a little bit more time to develop there in those final moments of the closing zones, because there were just so many players stuck in those solo situations. And as a solo, you're typically going to be trying to stick as much to that low ground, maybe some of the lower middle ground layers, but still for the most part, you're trying to play from the back of zone. We saw Pink as well doing a fantastic job to essentially solo clutch some really nice placement points, even an extra elimination, which was definitely not an easy feat by any means, but again, it's just players understanding, hey, if I'm going to be in this solo situation, I'm definitely not going to be the one trying to play frontside the entire time.
Yeah, and even so, for some of our teams that are already qualified to grand finals, I like to see a little bit of changing up of strategy, a little bit of experimentation from some of our teams. Thomas HD and Malabuka being a prime example, going up for that Rift Island, despite the fact we saw them do so well last week when they didn't even go up for it once. They're trying to figure out how to make that work, and I like that, using it as a little bit of an experiment, because they're already in grand.
Yeah, the min-maxing, it's happening. Now, I want to take a look at the standings. This is just after game number 1, so we're not going to see any crazy sweeping high 100-point leads, not just yet. But of course, after that game, Giras, Sherry, they are in that first place. But a couple things to call out, as Taco did mention, Pink, the 8 eliminations as a solo. And at one point we tuned him, he had like 42 builds. I'm like, Pink, where do you get these builds from? He's just having to fight 3 duos. I mean, dude, the level and the skill expression coming out of the lobbies today is nuts.
And again, it's just really impressive when you factor in that this is typically something that you would normally regard for the frag of a duo, but Pink he's not just an IGL. His experience and time spent in the competitive scene is a huge reason why he's able to tarp so effectively through these layers and plan out methodically exactly when he wants to actually strike. That pickoff onto Buzz was such a huge refresh that he didn't even necessarily get to benefit from the full resources of that refresh, but it's just the fact that he was steadily applying pressure to those lower layers and to those teams that were trying to maneuver through those lower layers, and it might have even helped out Gears and Shari to an extent.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. He's not just an IGL. He said it himself in that video that we made from him in one of those little player breakdown videos. He said it. I'm not just an IGL. I can frag. I'm known as an all-around player, and he had to use all of those abilities, all those skills to his advantage there at the end. I'm sure that Heisted Accelerant shotgun really helped him out a lot as well. It's one of the best shotguns in the game when you're playing as a solo, because it just shoots so quickly, and that's a key to their success there.
Absolutely. Well, this is just game number 1. We have 5 more to go before we call it here on EU. And of course, from there, we will have a good idea of who is going to grand finals. You want more action. I want more action. So let's send it back on over to our casters for game number 2.
We all want more action here. And with game number 1 done, I want to talk about Voltiax and Mesa. They are one of the teams that need a decent performance on the day. And after game 1, they're positioned 7th on the leaderboard. That's given them a little bit of a cushion to work with.
I'm a big fan of that duo for personal bias reasons. I used to play with Mesa a bit, so I always want to see him do well. And they've had performances throughout this year that have definitely showed me that the talent is there. They just need to have the right game plan, have the right mentality, have a clear mind when they're playing in end games. And once they can start to do that, certainly they could be one of the top duos in the region. One of the things I want to see, though, is that start here today. It has to be today. A big performance needed to do well, Jacob.
Yeah, and we've seen it all too many times. Games 1 through 3 happen. Teams are positioned at the top of the leaderboard, playing at the top of their game. But the second half rolls around, a different song and dance. So it's about consistency throughout these 6 games. And if you don't have your spot already punched to the grand finals for Major 3, you better make sure that you minimize the mistakes. You go ahead and realize every single time you play one of these games, it's a chance for glory, a chance for success, and a chance to take it all. And now, with game number 2 starting, let's jump right into it.
Game number 2 begins, and another game where we will see, I'm sure, plenty of fighting off spawn. I think when you look at the sort of drop maps that have been made around the community, a lot of fighting happening on the outskirts of the map. A lot of people realizing, I guess, that if you're gonna fight anywhere, it probably should be on the outskirts, especially because of just how much extra time you get with not as many players around, and the fact that you just need a bit of extra surge when you're fighting at those spots. Not too bad at all. Teeny and Joe of spawn here up against Mesa and Voltiax.
This kind of scares me just a little bit because Mesa just went right in, chasing after them, leaving his teammate behind, and all he has is that new DMR. You can see him immediately going to that temple vault, trying to get even more loot. And they have that height advantage with all the heals. This is a good opportunity for them if they can just find the right loadout. And right now, it's not going in way of Mesa, giving him the confidence to go ahead and push. And that's why you're seeing them kind of disengage out. What was an off-spawn battle now is just turned to 2 teams trying to split this lead.
Ooh, a bit of trouble here at Slappy Shores. Belusi and Vortex seemingly not respecting Chauvin, and you're laughing because I'll be real, if it was Tayson and Mustache landing here, I don't know if they'd be as aggressive if they have been off spawn so far. But Lucy and Vortex already picking up one. And clearly just saying, no, we don't know you guys like that. You ain't been here at North Slappy all season long, and so we're not going to give you that kind of respect.
These fights came down all around the map. Fetcher and Hydra, we've already seen them once in game 1. And they're just continuing where they left off. An early victory there. Gives them some surge, allow them to farm up. The Paco and Yapko, they're in the same battle. No builds for Paco to try to defend himself. They hit him with an elbow off the top rope, and now a 1v2 situation. Yapko's trying to fight back, and he does so with perfection, almost not even missing a shot.
This guy's a monster. That was ridiculous. How impressive was that?
It was so impressive, I need to see it again. Didn't stand a chance.
Never been a better advert for the Flapjack rifle, has there?
Not yet. That's gonna be what people show a lot. Do you take the MK or do you take the Flapjack? We'll be like, well, I take the Flapjack because of this. Archie though. And Jakey fan, another team. Need a baseline performance. Split up here off their drop. All the way towards the south of Simi Springs. It is a little bit of a split drop. Some damage being traded off, but that's just kind of the name of the game here, especially with the zone pulling in this direction. Early game surge is a must, because you don't want to be rotating through the mid game, the later zones, having to worry about where I'm going to get storm surge at.
Yeah, for sure. If you have opportunities to get your surge earlier, it's obviously easier said than done. You have to have a plan in place, and a plan that will actually be effective and work. And that requires a lot of studying your drop spot, studying the teams around you in ways you can catch them out.
Another secluded fight across the map. Nobody really going to have the potential to third party this, so it is going to be a straight 2v2 versus Props and then Keto. They have that height advantage. That team's trying to break through those covers. A little bit of a pre-fire shot that's just unable to connect. And now you see his teammates just sneaking up, trying to go ahead and get some sort of shot. Toss the fight in their favor. They're building up. There goes the shot. It's only going to be 68, though. Not giving him the confidence he needs to continue to engage onto that one, but at least it allows them to get into the same box, reunite once again as a full team. Uh-oh. Third party's coming in. time for a straight 2v2 is done and over with. And you can see them slowly but surely trying to sneak up. The longer this one takes, the better chance it's going to be as the shots finally start pouring in on the other side. Mammoth being used, and that's what we talked about as well. It's not only the long range, but the hip fire accuracy that makes it a must-grab weapon. But that's not scaring down either Splash or Nate, because now they've stolen away what high ground is there.
Yeah, it's an interesting, right? Because Splash and Nate landing at the naughty nets are going to have to be a bit more adventurous with how they get their surge, right? A team that's not as experienced as some of the others in the lobby, and so will certainly be eager to try and figure out just how and where they can take advantage of teams. Nixon and Blaha, second place in that first game, and a team that a lot of people are starting to have their eyes on. I think Baby, Camille, and Seti is what people have been saying, right? Which I certainly get the comparison, of course, also Polish players, so they're always going to be bound to have some comparison.
And you can see why they're positioned up. They're not moving off of their drop spot of Meadows Mansion because the potential for the vault to go in that direction. They don't want to give it up and hunt for search. As Lucia, Percolino, did I say that correct, Levin?
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn as much as I can, and you can see exactly they get that first elimination. And they're hunting down that second player, but that player is kind of running into the direction. That's Chari. That was the game winners of that last game, and you can see them running into the direction of a couple of other players, the potential for third party, and he's hoping that is enough of a distraction for him to disengage and get out alive.
This is so tough. This tricky compound area just always has so many teams. And I think a lot of the time your best bet is to just mud out of there. And Chari will do just that.
First victory out in a weekly final.
Yeah, coming off your first victory royale in a weekly final, all chapter long into a game where your teammate's down and you're not looking like you're in the best spot. It's definitely a roller coaster for them right now.
Not going to say it's impossible for a top placement. We've seen some players do it before, but it's definitely going to be hard. Sky Jump and Kira going up against Teeny and Joe Kloss. Box to box, like you talked about. The creaky compound, the new area, always so contested. I think it's just a lot of places to hide, a lot of mobility. You can get those slurp plants to save a lot of the shield. So a lot of players do make it a part, not only their loot path, but their path to get to zone as well. But since they're like slap dab in the center of zone, I don't think either team wants to kind of make that risky play just to fight it all out. Already tell Mustache and hide on Bush. Just judging by the mythic flapjack that they do have in their inventory. Hide on top of Slurp Juices. They did get their vault this game, so they get 3 points already for that mid-map.
You cannot allow these guys to have Secluded Spire uncontested this season. It would just be unbelievable. Unfair for everybody else almost with just how good they would be. It is quite easily the strongest spot we've seen so far this season. So much success coming out of that POI from all the different teams landing there throughout. And if you give that to Hide on Bush, the GOAT, and Mustache, who is an unbelievable player in his own right, they've already won an FNCS this year, right? And then they came second in the one after, and there's a good chance they could win this one. Unbelievable consistency.
I do think he already got the reboot card from Thomas. He's him back into the middle of the loop, but choice which he's going to make. Do I rotate? Do I try to get him back? Do I third party this fight? He hears all the action going down, and there goes the sneak attack onto Vortexers. Great opportunity for Maldabilka to pick up points as a solo. So already we got 5 points this game. 2 for the elimination, 3 for the vault. And that's before placement has even set in for the majority of the lobby. The question I'm only asking myself right now is how or even if he's going to get Thomas back into the game. There's
certainly a tough proposition. Will be one he considers because you're much better off with Thomas alive, aren't you?
Gotta agree with that. Thomas is just a different style of player, commands a different type of respect over the lobby. But with so many players rotating through Creaky Compound, you see why it's a good idea to build a surge base with a Mammoth. Players are gonna have to rotate on by, but for some, they're already in the zone. You see Pink clutch up big as a solo in that last game. This time around, he does have Vico with him. Hopes to keep it that way as they're rotating towards the south. The zone did kind of pull over towards the western side of the map. So for the teams that stay on the eastern side, you have that most chance of being congested by so many teams and almost ended up in a situation like this.
Oh, Nate's lost Splash along the way here. We knew they were going to have some struggles out of their POI, and that seems to have materialized here in the third zone.
Already two teams kind of on top of each other, vying for that loot. Even though they got the elimination, they're going to be able to clean it up. You see towards the north, one more team there and a couple of solos all around. And the longer this one goes, the harder it's going to be. We got it over, I believe, towards the Shattered Slab side of the map for now. Moving towards Rumble Ruins, so a lot of these teams are going to have to continue rotating in. Vivid kind of broke down. Mini, Minor, Taco, they all break it down. Being on the congested side of the zone is what you want or not want to have happen. You want to get your surge. You want to go into the deep part of the zone as possible. And for Nas and Srap, they're using the mud to try to make that a possibility. Moments before disaster strikes. That's what I call this right here. And he's looking up. Oh no, this is not what you want to have happen. Huge sneak attack. The Mammoth Sharp Tube combo. Moran is just backed up into the same box, but they're doing a good job of fighting back. Srap was able to get at least the knock on to Kiro, so now he's in a 1v2 situation. Moran's doing everything he can to survive, and he has just a sliver of HP, and you see him instantly trying to pop those slap splashes and stay alive, but Nas and Srap just immediately pounce and take him out.
You didn't hear us say it last week enough. There's never been a season where you have to be more on point with your awareness. You cannot be getting caught out like that. And we're seeing right there, firsthand with Mariah, just how easy it is to get punished.
It's just one of those moments, especially you see it from kind of our point of view. You see it all kind of get set up and broken down, and you know there's really very little a team can kind of do about it. Zone pulls north down towards the south, so a lot of those teams, I talked about the eastern edge, but the northern side as well, gonna have to push in, and that's why you see the team positioned towards the Citadel. You trying to use their elevation to block out Paco and Yapko out of the zone, not give them many options to work with. But over towards the Rift Island, Alex, Cod, and Bala, they're gonna go ahead and capture it, get their 15 points, and all that elevation. What do you think that does to a team to boost their confidence?
I think we all know, right? I think one of the big things is just the ability to see everything and almost have that sense of control. And of course, these extra points aren't too bad, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they can be the difference, and the points are so close. Vico and Pink. Obviously, we saw Pink solo clutch last game. And we know they have what it takes when it comes to the end game. Let's talk about that early game. We got Vivid here to give us a quick update.
Of course, they're going to be landing right to the east of Cammy and Seti, but we saw earlier that Cammy and Seti like to rotate to the west. That leaves Pink and Vico having to rotate towards Mega City. Now, they're not going to find many tags from their Storm Surge bases, so they're actually going to go ahead and push for the cash, and that's where they're going to find their damage and the slurps to work with going into the end game. With top 10 weekly performances out of them already, can they follow it up this week?
In my opinion, Vivid, yes. I believe in this duo. I think you look at the progress they've made over the past couple weeks throughout this season. Of course, a newer duo, but one with bundles and bundles of talent. Vico slowly improving week by week, learning from his mistakes, not getting overexcited by free loot. We know that can be a problem sometimes, but look, they're getting there. And I think this week you should see a much better showing from them. I've been seeing the work they've been putting in and definitely getting closer and closer as we head towards the grand finals.
Talk about closer and closer. What about Archie? What about Jakey Fan? They've emerged as a team that has a lot of pressure on them just to qualify to that grand finals. An investment Archie made to start the season just to get Jakey Fan on his team as his duo. And already those dividends are paying off. Archie kind of stuck. He got Mammoth for a short second. You can see where the struggles are at in terms of their game plan. It's just those heals that they're really lacking, but they're kind of able to find leftovers. One man's trash is another team's treasure.
Yeah, for the people that don't know, Archie actually paid Jakey Boy, also known as Nipsey, to play with him this season for FNCS, and you could say it was probably the investment of a lifetime because nobody would have thought Jakey Boy would be able to carry Archie to the FNCS Grand Finals, and it looks like that's what's about to happen today. So all I'm saying is I think Archie's got to pay him a bit more, a bit extra, you know, give him a bonus for making it to the Grand Finals on top of whatever it is they could potentially make.
A conditional bonus. If you place here, you get this. If you place there, you get that. Definitely an incentive. Jakey Fan already clutching up just to get this far. Even though him and Archie seemingly kind of backside of the zone. You can see a lot of teams are going to have to rotate first. That's just kind of what happens here on the congested side. You got to have to rotate as they pack, and just hopefully they have the wherewithal to not start a fight where more times than not nobody ends up on the victorious side.
Yeah, and they do a good job to force their way through there, right? Jakey Fan just building up on top of that team. But rotation after rotation, you see all those teams in front of them, it's just going to get progressively worse and worse for them as they move through. Need to hope that they can scrap their materials and shields and keep themselves in the game.
That team heard those shield cracks. They know a team is down there, and that's why you see them trying to build another layer of defenses. Their goal is to try to out-heal the Storm Surge. I don't know how hard that one's going to be. A couple players still need to go down. They're only 68 below the damage threshold, and that team that was once above has now moved down to try to fight and engage. Especially with Storm Surge being a thing, this is the best chance to pick up 2 free eliminations, and that's Alex Cottonballa on the other side. And now Zone is pulling in, and they don't want any part of it. With how far it's actually going, Levin, they need to get to Zone as fast as possible.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, but they do have the pad. Is this timing right, though? Are there going to be lots of people watching them, taking shots at them? It seems to me that they've hit a trick here because nobody really got their attention on them. Most people focus on making their move in as well. And so really nicely done from Alex, Cod, and Bala.
Oh, cheeky play there. Braves going just box up on the edge right next to another team.
Zone pulling in their favor as well, potentially another quick rotation in.
Yeah. 146 above the damage threshold. That's all they have to worry about here is those rotations. It's a huge opportunity to then start to build that confidence going into that end game. Same could be said for Mixon and Blaha, especially here in a fight with Storm Surge just shutting off as well. That gives them a confidence that they don't have to force this fight anymore. They just have to wait for the team to rotate that is in front of them. Then they can make their rotation, and then that's when they can look back at the rest of the lobby that is on that far eastern side of the zone.
You can see these guys very much taking some time here before they start to move. Trying to find that right timing themselves, aware of that team above them as they make their way in. Thomas HD, though, doing Thomas HD things, of course. We'll see plenty of this today. That mammoth pistol. Oh, wait. Okay, so he did get Hen. Hen eventually went down. He took some damage himself, but then boom shakalaka, right back to it. Thomas HD and Matabuka pick up another.
So you might know this. You might know this. Has a team ever rebooted in a finals lobby and won the game. You're an OG, so I trust you. You can take some time. We can figure it out. But will Malibuca and Thomas be the first one? Because right now, he is putting on a gallery, a shooting gallery, as every target in front of him. He's not missing. This is exactly what we seen last week. From a replay into live footage, he just was going off.
Just doesn't stop for Thomas. On your question, I think we've seen it once. I think it might have been recent. It might have been like last season or something. I'm sure I'll be corrected and we'll find out soon. But Thomas and Malibuca running into a bit of trouble as they make their way into the zone now. Malibuca doing a great job. Just a drop layer there. Gives them a bit more space to work with and less eyes to focus on them.
And this is a team, no matter what it looks like in terms of their loot, potential to get it back. And we talked about Vico and Pink throughout the course of this game. And even though they don't necessarily need that refresh, it's a solo, it's free points, it's more loot for their end game. You can see where they're positioned on the zone, on the edge, waiting for it to open, and that's why they're peeking through the cone to get that information. If they're gonna rotate quickly, they can try to box up, get some height, and hold the rest of this lobby out. As you can see how stacked it is on that side.
Yeah, this is such a nice position for them, right? This is where exactly Pink will want to be. The zone pulling in their favor as well. They would have prepared for this situation. The game plan will be in check. Just about making sure the execution's right. That's what's been hard for them at times. You see Seti and Cammy also were looking like they were in a really nice spot. That's been a duo that we've not hyped up maybe enough today because they are certainly one of the better teams in the lobby.
Not only that, they already have their championship spot secured for the Major 3 Grand Finals. It's just about getting that extra practice underneath their belt. And they have some elevation, looking around the entire playing field, seeing who they can try to target, who's second height, who they want to push back down.
Again, I like the play from them, right? They built up in anticipation of the change in elevation, playing for height there, which isn't what we always see them do, but under the circumstances, certainly a good play to make. Vico adding to his tally now, 5 limbs in the game. And if he can keep himself locked in, follow Pink tightly, then they're certainly going to be in check. Loses him for a second there, which wasn't great, but eventually regrouping.
You see them kind of picking up the pace into the top 16. We go. Strap and Anas, same thing for them. They're just trying to make it in towards the zone here on the replay. And just hits that perfect shot as the player breaks the build. 165 right at the edge of zone. All they had there for a few seconds was just a crevice to work with, but they turned that crevice into much more as they instantly try to beeline their way into zone.
This is a new challenge for Anas. We've never really seen him in a position where he has to be the player to lead the team, to make the big decisions. But it's changed for this season, and we'll see if that change works for them, as they have to have a big day today to make it all count to get to that grand finals. Up above though, we're seeing a bit of a switch up. Cammy and Seti making brilliant plays for height. They take down Pixie, who was contesting it. Seti moving to the front side of the zone, looking back up, and was ready to deal with him. Vortex and Belusi, they're not worried about height, they're just worried about clearing out their layer, and there are 2 players on it that they have to be aware of, and there are players in front of them just beneath that they have to be aware of as well, Jacob.
They're converging in from 2 different directions. It's a miracle they were able to stay alive and almost unscathed as well. Vortex, he's just going to take this quick second, pause, pop the surf juice, give him more life. But as we tune back into Anas, he's now a solo yet again. But this almost seems like business as usual. They have 4 elimination, but the pressure is on for him to survive.
Doesn't have enough mats for the rest of this endgame, needs a refresh and soon. Looking to play the med miss though, as he sort of just lurks in the back there, and that might be a nice play for him if he can sneak in behind the team. Ronnie being taken down.
Going down, Seti and Cammy just smooth sailing on the high ground, unable to make it to the zone. So many players getting lost in the blink of an eye, but with 10 eliminations now, Pink and Vico looking to continue to take over this lobby here in the end game, but they have to go outside of the zone. They have the heals to make it back, but if any team tries to stop them, that's where things will get dangerous.
To claim low gun as well, and so you're seeing it here. Vico just trying to make as much space as possible. These guys are in the prime position now. Trexa doesn't stand a chance. That heavy shotgun is so powerful, and so now it's Pink and Vico up against Seti and Cammy, who have held on to height. And it's going to be about who can connect with these final shots. City and Cammy running out of mats. They're going to drop down now. Both teams have heavies in hands, but who's going to connect harder? Vico has a big task on his hand because Pink has fallen, but he'll connect to some shots. 9 limbs so far for Vico. And a 1v1 situation after picking up Seti for good.
He has that heavy breacher, can instantly break through the builds. Cammy also has about half HP, and you can see him going backside of the zone, taking some HP damage just for some builds. The first shot's gonna be fired. Vico has what it takes to try to clutch up. Still, so many builds getting destroyed. He is playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie, and Vico sends him back to the lobby to take the game.
Eliminations all by himself. Vico is insane. In game 1, we saw Pink come up with a master clutch, and Vico said, hold my drink, I'm here, I'm ready to show what I can do. Vico and Pink win the game in spectacular fashion.
And I feel like this is what you were alluding to. All they need is time in as a team. No more of those greedy mistakes. No more of those plays. We know how skilled Vico can be at the top of his game. It's just a little intricacies here and there. And I think him and Pink have solidified as a team to beat in this final.
He's on it. He is one of the best there is as a fragger. 10 limbs all by himself. That is no easy feat. I doubt we'll see much more of that today. But Pink and Vico are here in this lobby, and they're showing us why they are a team that is desperately going to be fighting for a spot in the Global Championships. A big game. We're sending it back to the analysts to break it all down.
Listen, EU, y'all gotta calm down, all right? This is just game 2. Suddenly, Pink and Vico jumping up, saying eliminations. Let's just gather all of those. And this all off the back of Vico recently winning the Red Bull Contested. Wow, I mean 10 eliminations on him, and to come down to that 1v1 against Cammy, right? And ultimately the 2v2 against Cammy and Seti. I just felt like this could have been a Globals match. You could have told me that and I'd be like, yeah, seems right. Seems right.
But if there's ever anyone I would trust in a 1v1 situation, it's probably Vico, and not probably anymore, because he has solidified it. He can definitely hang as far as these mega experienced Fortnite competitive players are concerned, because again, Cammy, I mean, that's not an easy feat to go toe-to-toe with him. But for Pink, I think also did a phenomenal job to set Vico up into a great position, because it seemed a bit disorienting there, the way that Pink actually chose to split off from Vico and kind of attack from the other side of these boxes. I think that Pink just did a great job at putting in his fragger in an ideal position to close this one out.
Yeah, this is a fantastic game from this duo. This is Pink and Vico, because these guys know how to play endgames. They're both solid individual players. I was really impressed with both of them in this endgame. Pink led it perfectly. Getting them from below the mountain all the way up to the top and in a good state is really, really impressive. But we have to talk about Vico. His ability, his maturity, just to follow Pink, just to trust his IGL. So much of the storyline with Vico recently, I mean, Jacob alluded to just there. It's just all about him making those plays, making those almost aggressive plays where he doesn't need to. Right there, stay cool, calm, and collected. And even right to the very end, he needed all of that experience as a solo, because he is a fantastic player. And when he's on fire, he's one to beat.
Wow. Yeah, if this continues, man, I don't know who stops him. Let's take a look at our standings, though. Where do things stand after game number 2? Obviously, a massive victory royale with 13 eliminations is going to say, hey, it's me, it's Vico, it's Pink. We are in that number 1 spot, a 35-point lead against none other than Seti and Cammy. Wow. Game number 2, that's definitely one for the books. Now, again, it's just 2 games, right, Taco? It's not, like, crazy just yet. But I'm trying to think, like, if this momentum were to continue, we could see these 2 duos pull further and further away.
I'm actually glad you used the word momentum, because if anything, this is kind of indicating that Vico and Pink, they seem to really be finding their rhythm. I know it's early on still, but Vico, that's got to be a huge confidence boost when you're in a set finals lobby here in EU, and yet you're still able to establish individual elim records with those 10 eliminations that he had. And it's even crazier to think, because when we last checked in on him on broadcast, we saw Pink and Vico 1 elim apiece. And then the next time we check over to this guy, he's at 5, and then all of a sudden it just turns into 8 and 10. So a really nice flow that he's kind of established there for himself, and his mechanics really just showcasing.
Yeah, and this isn't just a one-off for Vico. We saw it even all the way back in the Invitational. Him and Marine had a 12-elimination game, and Vico was responsible for 10 of those. So going forward, looking forward to Global Championships, if they do get their spot in Global Championships, this is definitely a team to look out for, because Vico, he can do it on the big stage. He can do it on land. This is not a one-off.
Oh, so wild. Now, I do want to highlight Seti and Cammy, kind of doubling back to them, seeing something from them we don't normally see, which is them on high ground. I'm looking up thinking, what are y'all doing up there?
Yeah, they did a great job, honestly, at just kind of reading the way that this zone was going to be kind of pulling back and forth. They had that high ground positioning from the get-go, and that put them in such a great spot because a lot of that elevation was really messing with some of these other teams, and Seti doing a great job as well with that flapjack rifle to just keep applying steady pressure to those secondary height layers, not really giving other teams the opportunity to try and challenge for height up until the point where they essentially had to drop themselves, given that they just didn't have the builds to keep going.
Yeah, this is what we like to see from Cammy and Seti, and this just shows that they are a well-rounded team. We often talk so much about this duo, low ground, mid ground, consistency warriors, but towards last chapter, you know, sort of the middle of last chapter, they were starting to play height a lot more, and they sort of rekindled that a little bit in that game. So this is almost a sign of what's to come with this duo, because they're not just a one-dimensional team, they're multifaceted. They have so many different options, they have so much in their locker that they can pull out any situation, anything you put them in, they will come out on top and they will find a way out, because this is a duo that I'm excited for going into grand finals. I don't think you can write them off yet. They still have a chance.
Absolutely, and I did want to highlight there really quickly, that duo in 8th place, jumping up 23 places. Hi, Joe. Y'all popped off in that last game. Remember, some of these duos are fighting for spots in grand finals, and to have a game like that, just completely say, it doesn't matter where we were before, now we're looking at that top 10, that is the kind of momentum we need building up, right?
For sure, and especially to be able to accomplish that right before the halfway point, if you're able to carry that over into match 3, and then you have a little bit more to kind of mull over for as far as what kind of strategies you want to stick to, because for Trixer and Belusi, I think a big part of it is just not getting caught stuck in those ultimate low ground layers to where you're having to essentially rely on teams rotating in front of you first in order to go for those refreshes. Because again, it's an individual position there. So Hyjo, an unfortunate time for him to be Elim, but Trixer did a good job recovering.
Yeah, I'm excited for this duo. They're already in grand finals, so they shouldn't have too many issues for that. Just a good amount of practice for them. 10 eliminations in that game is absolutely huge, and I'm excited to see what they can do next week.
Absolutely. Okay, so now that we're 2 games in, how are you guys feeling about EU so far? Is it kind of meeting your expectations, or is there things you guys are seeing you hope kind of improve over the next 4 games?
Definitely some interesting developments, but it's kind of to be expected with the way that EU has been all chapter, it seems like.
Yeah, I want to see Archie qualify. We had a bad game for them last game. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out for them. They were way above Surge, but they went on the congested side of the zone, which is contrary to game number 1, where they didn't quite have as much Surge, but decided to go to the dead side. So they need to try and find that balance of getting enough Surge and then getting in a good position. So hopefully for them, they'll find that success, because they only need a top 40, top 44, he said. So I'm hoping for them.
Yeah, and really, honestly, if it was just one good game to put them up in those top 20s, it's smooth sailing, right? And I think Levin actually alluded to it earlier. You know, Archie is a guy that he does feel that pressure, but if he could just break through that wall, he will come alive, right? But it is that time as we are now reaching that halfway point. Game number 3 is upon us. This is the FNCS.
All eyes are on Archie and Jakey Fan today. And I got to go ahead and say that I'm a fan of them. I'm expecting them to hopefully qualify for the FNCS Grand Finals, but I'm also one of those guys that says you have to earn every single thing you get in Fortnite.
Of course, right? This is a team we want to see doing well, just because, again, the story's there. We all are big fans of Archie, and, you know, Jakey Fan is obviously a player who's clearly on the up. His talent has been absolutely immense throughout the season. And so, look, if these guys can do well and even surprise us in the Grand Finals, I'll be there for it. I'll be 100% back at it.
Yeah, but there's so many other players still fighting for that chance just to reach the grand finals. I said it during the course of that last game. The top 10 teams that qualified through Major 3 go to the Global Championship, and on the upper side of things, every team from every region that qualifies through the Last Chance Major are on the lower side of things. And who is going to emerge as one of those teams to get that Global Championship spot? We'll find out here as Game 3 starts now.
Another game for us to delve into, and another opportunity for certain teams to sort of turn things around a bit. Sometimes the first 2 games come along and things don't quite go your way, and it's easy to lose focus, it's easy to lose motivation. But plenty more opportunities left still in this one, and plenty more teams I want to see continue to sort of dominate and rise in the standings. Of course, Anderlecht and Swedes, we didn't see much of, it felt like the first couple games, but still quite high up there. Maybe we'll get to see more of what they've been cooking up. This is peak off-spawn action.
What? Well, that's sometimes what happens when you just put it into a straight 50-50. A player that we've seen clutch up in a 1v2 situation last game, unable to have that same type of luck. This is Nathan, Jake, they end up in a 2v2. Full-on 50-50 against their opponents. He needs some time to pop the minis, but he doesn't get any. Trexer immediately takes him down. Same song and dance for Hydro and Trexer. Now that they have that 2v1, they have the time to stabilize here towards the low ground and basically do anything that they want, especially now that the third party is even coming in and chipping down Nathan more and more, making it that much easier for them to win this off-spawn battle.
Not too bad from Hydro and Trexer. We've seen them doing pretty well off-spawn here, to be fair to them, and I think they'll be happy about how it's gone. It's allowed them to sort of deal with some of the early surge problems that they might have had otherwise. I don't think the aggression will stop there from them. I think they'll keep trying to take fights in that area. Drayson and Darky winning the fight here at Breakwater Bay.
Say not just yet, but as I even popped that thought in my head, they immediately finish that fight, but you can see where Zone is at this time, kind of on the edge of that mini-map, not too far for the players from Breakwater Bay or even the Citadel to travel to find their way in towards Zone. But our Victory Royale winners from that last game, Pink and Vico, or some would say looking in Vico with the 10 eliminations, setting a single season record, or single game record in this season with 10. Just wondering what that does to his confidence going into the rest of the game. Is he going to continue playing how he practiced, or is he going to fall into old habits?
I hope it's the former, because the talent is certainly there. It's interesting, right? Because I spoke to Pink recently, and he said to me, he looks at Vico how he looked at Iomzo about a year and a half ago, right? Where it's a player who's clearly very talented, who's on top of the world when it comes to their skill level, but is still yet to get that final piece when it comes to understanding of the game, temperament, sort of having and making the right decisions. Iomzo, obviously a year and a half later, is now one of the best players in the world, if not the best right now on form. And maybe in a year and a half, we'll be speaking about Vico in the same way.
I don't know how Vico feels about that, but I would actually like that comparison, especially what Iomzo has been able to do recently on the NA side of things. As chase begins, it's not going to be long before it ends as well. Just immediately running aside his box. Finally, he's going to cut him off on the other side. Multiple shots coming in from different directions. There goes the first knock and an instant cleanup. And you can see in the mini-map, his teammate just immediately disengaging on over towards the Naughty Nets direction. But with the zone on this side of the map, that's going to allow them to chase if they so choose. He's able to get down into the water at least. Wonder how it started. Well, we got a replay for you guys and see how he was caught off guard. And I don't know why I didn't guess it was the Mammoth again.
Is there any surprises there, really? The player gets caught off guard in-game more times than not. The Mammoth is going to be what dealt the big chunk of the damage.
Can't take your eye off the prize, even for a single second. He was just trying to rotate. Use that slurp truck. You get 100 shield or HP. That's why you see him popping that mini. That way he can get full health. Oh, my question. Hey, my question was answered. No OU team has won a finals game after rebooting a player since Chapter 3, Season 2. But you kind of said it. It's at least happened.
Yeah. I remember it happening. It felt like it had happened recently. And when I say recently, I mean as in like this year. And so, yeah, it did happen. I remember us all freaking out when it did.
Be among the very few to kind of make that a possibility. Is him and Uguay trying to get the last bit of their practice underneath their belt. Contested over here towards Lonely Labs. A lot of metal for teams to fight for. Capture point as well. And then depending if the vault goes over towards Brutal Bastion, you have the option of third party or even clean up some of the scraps when it comes to the loot. One fight to the next. I drop and Mappy versus Jarko and Clone. I drop and Mappy won week number 1 of the finals, failed to qualify for week number 2. Even though they may already have their grand final spot secured, they need that practice underneath their belt for this set lobby. As Mappy's just getting tossed around. iDrop doing a good job of fighting back, but they trade in shots, disengage almost immediately to try to make use of those heals, or at least get the most effective use out of those splashes.
Nice shot from Mappy. Lined it up perfectly. That's going to allow him to continue to pressure now. And just try to prevent them from healing as long as he possibly can. Picking up some extra mats as well. Only the 4 builds. I just realized that now. Not in a great position to fight here. So yeah, we'll fall back and farm a bit.
I do like farming around the snow biome. Get a lot of material for the wood, and for the brick, I think it's some of the best on the map as well. And we tune into Thomas HD and Malibuca. Well, just Thomas HD, as Malibuca is down at this stage of the game. But just judging by the minimap, if he does have that reboot card, he's in a great possession to try to go ahead, backtrack towards that racetrack and get him back up. But if you see in the minimap, there's a team that's looking for him. They're on the hunt, and they're closing in on the distance rather quickly.
Yeah, this is not a great spot to be in for Thomas. You see him now just ducking, hiding behind this tree as Vortex's inches his way in. Needs to make sure he keeps his angle on check. If he peeks out incorrectly, even just a bit, Vortex has a mammoth waiting for him. And he is one shot with the mammoth right now, so he needs to be very careful, Thomas, right now. Oh my goodness, it is just so unbelievable how good this weapon is. It's just so unbelievable how silly and good this weapon is. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Haircut. 3 haircuts, he just gave it out. Said, Thomas, don't worry, I'll make you look good. Come back next game with a fresh haircut. And as we tune in, a lot of our teams suspected to be at the top of the leaderboard. Some of them are having struggles here in our 3rd game of the day. Cammy is down. Seti just trying to mud his way from point A to point B. Even go to his loot cache. But it's going to be interesting to see how or if he's even going to get him up.
You say you get 2 caches there?
It looked like he did get 2.
That's not bad.
He built by 1 and just mudded to the other one.
Well, that's really good then in terms of you'll just have like a load of slurps. So if you can get Cammy back in the game, then they have a good chance of having a good game from that point.
Definitely here to see it. There's the Flapjack tearing through the builds, getting some damage. Just scraping him a little bit. Pushing back Trexer and Hydro into Alex Codd's build, and now he's having that additional angle. The pressure is there. He's just bull rushing him, trying to get into the box. Getting Hydro to expend so many builds on the other side, but Trexer's there for a game of peekaboo, taking down the shield and the HP of Alex Codd, forcing him back into his own box to pop the slurp juice. But the trades continue to happen between the players that are trying to alleviate the pressure, and now a third party's coming in. Anas and Srap, they're ready to kind of clean this one up like janitors. There goes that first one. Almost missed the shot on the side of Srap, but he's able to come out on top and keep the ball rolling for him and Anas.
That's really nice from them, and their journey to zone after this won't be too difficult as well. And you can see them now moving up. More towards the Rumble side. Maybe even looking to mud and make their way in. Gotta be careful. There is Anchor and Gold waiting for them in the Rumble Ruins area.
From one side of the map to the other, though. This is kind of what you prefaced to start the day, an action-packed early game, mid game for some of these teams. Just trying to intimidate, push players off of their loot with Vortex by himself. You see where the chase is going to begin, trying to box up in zone. And this is where you kind of have to make the decision. Do you continue to chase that player out of zone? You don't have any HP to kind of regain when it comes to the damage that you're going to sacrifice. And it does look like they're just quickly making that decision not to chase. I want to agree with that so much, since it's almost not worth it. You already have 2 eliminations. You already have damage when it comes to Storm Surge. You want to put yourself in a bad position chasing an elimination. One side to the other. We're going to see what is going down with these vaults and everything in between. Going to toss it over to Vivid to give us a breakdown.
Posted up on top of Mega City. It's going to be Perkins, IGL, and Mega Owner. And of course, to go ahead and get access to these vaults, you're going to go ahead and get the key card. But usually you don't get it for free. And this time they had to fend off Thomas HD and Malabuka, and they did so successfully. And their reward, of course, is going to be that elimination point, then also the +3 for opening the vault. But not just that, all of the loot that comes with it.
Get loot, get gold, get an upgraded loadout, and you take down one of the best teams in the lobby in Thomas and Malabuka. So just slowly but surely building everything, stacking it on top. Same could be said here, though, for Mustache and Hideout Bush. Judging by the loadout, once again, they get the vault, they get the loot caches all around, proving that the Secluded Spire is probably one of the best drops in the game by far.
I'm just, again, I just see this, and my instant thought is, you know, if you are a player playing in the grand finals, you could just, and you have any ambition of winning the thing, you just can't allow these guys to have this. It's gonna be so hard to match them over the course of 12 games if they have that kind of loot game after game.
And with game 3 happening, you can see some of these teams, Trippin, Ref's Guard, trying to capture that Rift Island, give themselves the point boost. Obviously add on top the heat that they're going to get from it as well. They're just trying to go ahead and push Moneymaker down, stop it from contesting. That one's going to be captured. Ref's Guard and Trippin get credit for that one. You can see the loot at the top of their box as well. Everything that they came and fought for up until this point is now theirs. It's all about surviving with that loot.
Don't want to leave any slurps behind either. These guys now looking really good when it comes to their loot. There are a couple players here that they can potentially use to bolster their Storm Surge position if need be. Strapped and Anas going for a cash now as they look to try and add more to their tally of slurp juices.
This looks like they already got some sort of vault loot, whether they got it themselves and got the points or took down the team and took the loot. We talked about Archie, we talked about Jakey Fan. Needed to have a resurgence here in the second half. That's how you start to pick up.
Not bad at all. Can Archie connect with another shot here? Unfortunately, it won't happen with a Mammoth. And I gotta make sure I say Jakey Fan. I think I said Jakey Boy in the previous games, and I got Aussie Antics and Jakey shouting at me, so I gotta make sure I fix up. He is Jakey Fan. If only I could call him just Nipsey though, which is his actual name. Maybe one day we'll get that chance. Maybe one day.
Maybe he'll have it for finals. And time will tell.
Knowing Fortnite players, though, will never happen.
It's going to be something else. It's going to be Levin Fan. Voltiax and Mesa. 46 points after game 1. They were high up on the leaderboard, in prime position to claim their spot in the Major 3 Grand Finals. Slipped up in game number 2, but no time like the present to make up for it. Position themselves as far in zone as they feel comfortable into a bush. They have to be careful though, because without building all around, you make yourself susceptible to man the shot, even if it's somebody that doesn't even know you're there.
Well, Kiri, from this position, will see a lot, and he knows exactly where he needs to have his focus on. You see him there, he just sort of pings it, and Ping will be able to turn around and focus his attention on that team just behind him. He needs to be careful because they could very easily isolate a quick 2v1. But again, Kiri and Ping very aware. Kiri's position almost allowing him to act as that scout who sees all as Ping moves closer to try and deal some immediate damage.
It's hard for a lot of these teams to find their footing, especially when you talk about round 1 into round 2 into round 3, almost similar format, but such drastic playstyle differences that you have to continue to try to change things up. As Tripper and Revsguard, we saw them capture that Rift Island. As the battle's going to continue to go down, they actually fall. That loop going to go over to Noah Riley as well, but at least Tripper and Revsguard were able to get the 15 points for Rift Island, so this game wasn't completely for nothing.
Oh.
That's where Kyrie and Pings were actually positioned. I gotta guess it's them putting the shots onto Noah.
He was one tick away from going down.
Yeah. Yeah, as I suspected. Exactly where we left them, not rotating too far. Even though they're separated, they have the confidence and trust in each other to make things work. It's just going to get interesting, though, because the zone's continuously pulling over towards Mega City, that southeast portion of the map. So here, depending on if it goes directly over that water, you need to be gathering this information, where players are positioned, where they're likely going to rotate into. Because this rotation here is going to be a drastic rotation without mobility. Especially when you got Ju and Noah Riley hot on the heels of Merstash and Hide on Bush. 90 HP gone, just like that.
Oh no, he had to use one of his 16 slurps. What is he ever going to do?
He earned those slurps.
He did.
But he needs to earn that Storm Surge. 77 below with how much of a hunt they've been in this last zone. Ju's doing a good job of finding the shots, hovering over Noah Riley, ghosting him even, trying to get towards the zone, looking every chance that they get, and they just light up so many different directions when it comes to the lobby, but they get focused on just a little bit. And like I said, that zone, it's going to be so hard for some of these teams to travel through without mobility, but luckily for them as well, they have the rails. Players getting lost already. Got to be careful because we've seen teams unable to really get off the rails. They get tossed, they get turned, they get sent in a direction they don't expect. But Noah Riley using that one to perfection. Hops off just at the edge of zone, but becomes a target from Kyrie and Pings on the other side. Maybe Boaz just joining them in the fun, trying to target him out. They are on the furthest edge of the zone for now, so I can see why that would be a possibility for some of these teams.
They can sphere, they've got to move across the lake here, and fortunately for them, they do have a pad, but again, when they go for that pad, there will be people looking at them. They've got to find a good timing to do so. Maybe just going to wait until other teams have to start rotating and delay themselves a bit, just to avoid having to burn some extra shields as they land, if they can land.
It's on the feed, a couple players going down. Geary's, who already has a VR on the day. I saw Merstash get dropped as well. So teams or once duos losing their partner, forced to be by themselves. You see Repair just getting that elimination, cleaning it up all together. Ronnie, they're getting pressured due to the Havoc and the Mammoth. They back down just a little bit, but there's only so much they can back down with the zone pulling in that direction. Bare minimum when it comes to bandages for the heals. Goes to show what kind of game they've been through up until this point. But they're sitting calm, cool, collected in first place, 155 points. But the concerning part is that damage threshold. But you can kind of see where they're going. They're going to the slow side of the rotation. They're bypassing everybody. And the next time we see them, they're going to be on high ground.
Anas stuck in the back of the zone, strapped. Gonna be watching this one from the side. Anaso has no intention to go down without a fight. The angle's not favorable for him, so he'll try to change that up a bit. And look at Anas here, forcing his way through, although unfortunately, it looks like Vacan has his number. did a brilliant job there to hit a big shot, but now running out of HP. The Storm Sickness, I believe, was what came in, and so both players gonna go down all for nothing, really.
That's exactly what happens when we get these far zone pulls and players choose, instead of to rotate, just to fight it out every single zone. That's a lesson that is definitely going to be learned, but Archie and Jakey Fan more than doubling up their points this game, trying to continue their journey to the FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals. And they're in a good position here with the zone. Compared to everybody else in the lobby, they do have a short distance to cover. And especially since they're already elevated on the side of that mountain, it's not going to be hard to get there.
Oh, Mixon and Blaha really doing well. Just to suffocate all these teams beneath the hill, trying to run in before making their rotation in as well. They'll tank a bit of the zone and they can afford to do that. A med mist allows them that luxury. And now, as the zone sort of opens up here, gonna do their best to position themselves where nobody really is. They have such a nice spot in the zone.
And they can even continue to move further in as the zone does open up. There's Jakey Fan and Archie that tried to take him down a few seconds ago. You can kind of see where everybody's positioned. Some on the highest elevation, others just hanging off of a cliff, trying to just hold their position in towards the zone, waiting for, see where the next zone is going to pull. Meza and Voltiax just trying to get aggressive. They see a player there. They probably thought he was a solo for a moment, but as soon as eye drop appears, they back down, knowing that Mappy is not by himself.
Rough scenes for any of these teams rotating on this congested side. Voltiax and Meza are trying to do their best here to clear out a bit of space on their layer. Archie and Jakey Fan, unfortunately, going to be out of this end game just as it's beginning, really. Pink and Vico, though, another game setting up here for them to really just strut their stuff and show us what they're made of, show us what we can expect from them in the finals. Pink now leading the way as he does so well and positions them here towards the front side.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep moving towards that front side of the zone, be one of the first teams there, and not get stuck behind everybody waterfalling down the mountain, because that's where it's going to go. Voltiax and Meza know it as well, and they're trying to take advantage of anybody staggering themselves behind. Hen's going to be one of them, but he actually catches Meza slipping, and he's going to get all that loot for his efforts, and when it comes to the resources, it's exactly what he needed.
Hen is still up in this game with Uguay. I didn't really quite see where Uguay was with him, so if they can regroup, I'm sure they'll have a good game. Blaha, unfortunately, having to play this out as a solo, but decent amount of mats will allow him to sort of just stay alive for a bit, but the pressure coming in is going to force him to use a bit more than he would have liked to. Now has to take out Boaz in front of him. Both players almost going to collide there. Running into a tree is going to stop it, but the fight will continue as Uguay tries to force his way on in. Pink and Vico, though, a little height tick from them isn't working out too badly. You see them now on this side of the zone, nobody really able to contest them. Pink looking for some extra materials that allows them to stay up on it. And Vico just needs to stay above and shoot his weapon. Voltiax going down, Locks as well here on this mid-ground layer. And they have a couple different materials that they can use now to move forwards in this zone as they try to claim space.
Yeah, Vico got 2 more on that high ground, kind of lighten it up. They have 4 total as a team. Sined's going to go down, and they have prime position here at the highest elevation, looking down. It's like seeing ants, and they're ready to put their foot down and squash anybody in their path because they have all those resources. It was Pink who went to the backside of zone, collected all those loot. It was perfect timing, and now it's theirs for the taking.
With the players having to rotate through water here, all the mats that are already dwindled are going to be non-existent completely. It's just going to be a chance for Vico and Pink to continue spraying down.
Oh, they get chopped, but luckily they're over water. No fall damage coming through. 1v2, they spot him out already in the backside of zone, and like taking candy from a baby, they make it look easy and steal the game.
And Vico back-to-back wins here in week number 3. Every time we have an FNCS qualifier, we always look at the teams who are going to show us what they're made of going into the grand finals, and there is no team doing that better right now than Pink and Vico. A nice and easy height take from them. It's textbook stuff, and they delivered a win as a result of it as well. What a game. What a past 2 games for Pink and Vico.
I like the way you said it was textbooks. I was thinking it was a masterclass of sorts, just teaching the lobby exactly how it's done. And look at Vico, those mammoth shots with the high ground, just taking down players left and right. And then this was the moment. This was the moment. Even with that player running to the backside of zone, Pink and Vico knew they had this one sealed.
Really scary to think what these guys can do when they're locked in. And it's a perfect time to find some momentum, find some rhythm as we head into Grand Finals next week. These guys are clearly very, very ready, looking to build upon that lead that they have in the standings. But to figure out the rest of the standings and where everybody else falls in between that, we have Zeke and the analysts.
Thank you guys so much. The back-to-back is happening, and it's happening here in full effect. We kind of talked about right before this game, momentum and what happens if a duo kind of gets going. It becomes difficult for them to stop. Well, apparently Vico, Pink, they took that to heart. They said, you don't want us to stop? Let's just get another victory royale. Why not? Week 3, let's just do that, Taco.
Yeah, Vico, as an individual, is heavily regarded as a very big momentum player. He's someone who is known in the scene for having so much energy whenever he's playing, and just a really, really positive individual for the most part, especially when he's in these positions to just continue building upon their lead. And again, it almost looked like he was playing aim trainer there for a second with the way they secured height, but the best part about it was the way that they actually went from that ultimate low ground. They were the first ones to actually take over front side of zone for the 10 zone, and they did that from the ultimate low ground, and it put them in such a great spot to actually take over height.
Yeah, and because Vico is able to get so many of those eliminations, we saw Pink at one moment going back into the Storm to pick up so much of those materials, and of course the Slurp Juice, just to solidify their position on high ground. You saw it there at the end. Everyone had no materials. Everyone was just running around like headless chickens. Nobody knew what was going on because everyone had to build up and over those mountains. That was a treacherous zone, but a perfectly played one from Pink and Vico because they understood how the rest of the lobby, the whole dynamic would work, and they played it to perfection.
So well executed. We got to take a look at those standings. How are we looking after 3 games of the FNCS here in the EU with only 3 more to go before we lock it all down? Currently, Vico and Pink, they are holding down that #1 spot. Friends, I want you to look at that. Does that say 2 and then in second place it says 1? Are they 100 points ahead?
This is indeed a 100-point leading streak so far, and really, that is the kind of lead that you want because it's certainly going to give you a little bit of cushion as far as how games 4 and 5 play out for these guys.
And look at that, almost triple the number of eliminations as second place. That is absolutely incredible. And the fact that they're able to combine that with the placement, the consistency, getting victory royales as well, that is no easy feat at all. And it just shows how well-rounded this duo are. We saw them play high ground in that last game, in that game before. We didn't see them play the high ground, so they're just able to have that flexibility to their game that we talked about with Cammy and Seti. Pink and Vico, they've got it too.
Just disgusting, the play that these guys are putting on right now. Isolating duos, just literally pushing Fortnite to its very, very limits. Wow, that is so crazy. Is there anything else that stood out to you guys? I mean, obviously, them controlling everything. I saw for a moment Frey and Vertexers, they had the high ground, and they just said, nah, this is ours now.
Yeah, the real challenge there for Vortexers is that the fact that they had to build actually down on that hill because, again, the way that the zone was pulling over that natural map elevation made it really difficult for them to actually maintain that height, especially when you've got Vico and Pink who are already established in a great position in the zone, and they've built up as well. So, unfortunately, while they might have had materials initially, the materials weren't the issue so much as it was the pressure that was coming in from Pink and Vico.
Yeah, that's exactly how you play a zone where the zone out starts to pull down, when the elevation starts to drop. If you're on the high ground and you're on the back side, all it takes is one team on front side to start looking up and start spraying, because you've got to get down somehow. And if the other team are going to force you down, it's not going to be pretty. And that's exactly what we saw happen. Of course, Pink and Vico were then able just to have that free high ground, 90 up, take the high ground easily, and of course, just ride out the game from there. They played the timing to that to absolute perfection. It's almost what we've seen from Pink all those chapters, all those seasons ago, all the way back in Chapter 3, sort of Season 1, Season 2. Pink was a high ground king, and I want to see if he can keep it up this season.
Absolutely. Momentum. We're going to keep talking about that, but of course, I do want to take a step back because we have a member from our community we're going to get to talk to. She's been on the show before. It is Ruby Plays. What's going on? It is fantastic to see you. How are you doing?
What's up, guys? I'm doing great, thank you. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. We're watching some of the craziest EU FNCS we've seen so far. I have to ask you, obviously, you're a member of Guild. You've got a duo here competing today. Are you rooting for them? Do you think they can make it all the way today?
Oh, yeah, of course. They need to get, I think, a top 16 in order to qualify for Grands, so I'm rooting for them, definitely.
That's great to hear. Now, you're playing in the Women of the E-Arena on Monday with Reddish. Talk to me about how the prep's going for that, and do you think you can win it all?
Yeah, I mean, the prep's going amazing. Last time we played, it was a full NA tournament. Now it's half EU. So us EU ladies are very happy about that. We've been doing so much practice, and we're fully ready.
I mean, we're talking about all this practice for Women of the E-Arena, but I gotta ask you, when are we gonna see Ruby plays in the EU FNCS?
I don't know about that. I mean, builds, I'm not sure comp-wise, but zero builds, I'm there for it, you know?
All right, so if it's zero build, then you're just going to win it all.
Yeah.
That's it. Game over.
Yeah,
no
zero
one beats
build, then I'm
Ruby
there, 100%. If it's half and half, then also there. Full build comp, I don't know if I can compete with the 16-year-olds. They're just crazy.
Oh, man. Awesome. Well, Ruby Plays, thank you so much for stopping by. Where can the fans find you? Because they need to go follow you.
Yeah, just Twitter, Ruby Plays TV, or Twitch, Ruby Plays.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. We always appreciate talking with you.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Zero builds. That's all we need. And then Ruby Plays takes over. That's it. The dominance begins. Guys, we're now at that halfway point, moving into game number 4. This is it. Duos need to do or die, basically, in this situation. Any advice for duos in these next 3 games?
I mean, realistically, Zeke, it's all about not really paying much mind to what Vico and Pink have got going on, because regardless of how dominating their appearances first in the leaderboards, there's still ample opportunity to catch up, because one good game, one good victory royale, a handful of eliminations, maybe some of those objective points from Rift Island or Volts, it can all add up and make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like Mazer and Voltiax, we just talked about them with Ruby just then. Hopefully for them, they're able to continue a little bit more consistency. We see them have on and off moments here and there, but it's the halfway point. There's still time to clutch up, so 3 games for them. Let's hope they can make it.
It is that time. 3 games left. How does it all end? Let's find out right here, right now. Levin, Jacob, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Look, Ruby said she don't think she can compete with the 16-year-olds. I don't blame her, because we are watching a 16-year-old in Vico at the top of the leaderboard going absolutely ballistic right now. And of course, his duo partner Pink has been leading the way excellently. These guys are on a whole different level to everyone else. The lead they have right now, Jacob, is ridiculous.
Yeah, I was about to say that exact thing. 100-point lead. And it's only 3 games done so far, so that gap could get ever larger as this day does continue. And they can even get more VRs because they have 2 out of the 3 games won. But to change pace just a little bit, let's talk about Voltiax and Mazer. 2 out of their 3 games have been top 10 performances as well. That's a team that I'm keeping my eye on throughout the day because they have to book their ticket to the FNCS.
Yeah, I said if it's going to be any day, it has to be today where they start to show that this big potential they have isn't just potential, it is real. It is real and it is in the server. And if they can continue to do that, look, we might just be seeing this team in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I'm even looking at some of our other teams. We got Seti and Cammy having a pretty consistent performance so far. Thomas and Malibuca, I feel like they're trying some things this time around, and I think they're going to try it again in game number 4. Let's get right into it. This is it. Game number 4. And for some teams, a change-up is going to be a must. And for others, you don't have to change up what is working so far. Trexer and Hydro coming out on top more times than not, and already got a pack-a-punch when it comes to loot. But it doesn't work out. He gets taken down, but just like that, Hydro is there to save the day.
These guys have been on a tear of spawn, making it look easy to be contested. And it isn't easy, I'll tell you that much, but they are well prepared. Paco and Yakko, unfortunately, are not going to be a team you get to see as good as they can be, as they've been taken out of spawn. Let's take a look at how this one unfolded. A shotgun being picked up by Ivo first, and so it was all over from there, really.
There's 8 HP away from turning that one around. And you can see they go from one point to the next. I'm trying to steal away some of this loot. This is a good amount of metal that you can kind of grab, and I think they saw this one coming. Slurp truck is going to be used, but he has to be careful as a solo. Don't want to put yourself in this position to where you kind of throw it all away. And in what game, I would be thinking, like, this is not as free as it seems. I would be thinking something's wrong here. I don't see anybody. This is a lot of loot that somebody be taking advantage of, and without seeing anybody there, I would kind of have the hairs on the back of my neck sticking up.
Surely he's got to know. Surely he can't be that oblivious. You can't be that naive. It does seem that way. They're running around, and eventually the punish comes through. Maybe a bit premature though, because they don't really do that much initial damage onto him. But a 2v1, you've got to think.
Up for the elevation. Got to think you're right there in that 2v1. It's got to be easy, but the pressure gets turned back upside down. Almost gets away with one elimination, but you're so far away from your teammate. You got to be thinking, what just happened? I feel like this is your fault. You said it yourself, you don't want to give a team like this all that free loot over towards the secluded spire. Next thing we know, Skyjump and Akira, who also contested this in week number 3, third-partied over in that direction. And this is almost exactly what we saw in that first week when it was Queasy and Vino going against Skydune and Shakos. They third-partied in more times than not. And even Thomas getting busy with that Mammoth, shooting some shots in that direction.
This is tough, because Hydra and Trexor have been so impressive in a lot of these fights early on, but when the big Andalex and Xyz roll up, you better have answers, and unfortunately it doesn't seem like Hydra does. Of course, it's not over yet, but you've got to think it'll be the Frenchies that come out on top of this.
Destroying all the builds, trying to get them under control. Hydra with the big blue shot. Almost working out, but they're still causing so much destruction. He's doing a good job of backing up, though, not taking too much damage, and dealing a ton on X-Squeeze, which kind of gives him a little bit of a 1v1, but Andalix is there on the other side, but this is his chance. He has them both separated, has them both weak, and with a huge health advantage like that, you can see X-Squeeze and Andalix just disengaging. They don't want any more of this noise.
He's not sold, he's not convinced. Still being cautious, as he should be.
Ah, the good old Mammoth catching him off guard. Lucy goes down. Teammate almost nowhere in sight. Almost has me wondering if South Slappy, is that his teammate? And if it is, why are they so far apart? That's neither here nor there as the disengage comes through. I do think a reboot is going to be a possibility.
The sneak attack. And the Mammoth. The old classic combination, eh, Jacob?
The Season 3 classic. Thomas going back to the scene. This is actually where Murstache and Hide on Bush were just taken down. With Malibuka gone, that's a lot of loot in that direction. And you can see in this game, more so than any other, there's a huge amount of contested players over around that secluded spire, and the vault spawns this time around. Teams in the direction, they hear this reboot going off.
They're gonna let it happen.
And now they're just, yeah, they're moving in that direction. 3 points, right?
Let the reboot happen, pick off Malibuka as he lands. And you can see they're instantly shooting him. Thomas tried to build up to protect his body. But yeah, it's not going to happen. And there's not just one team closing in, there's 2 here.
I think they're talking.
Oh, someone's got a message for me. It has happened this season, just not in EU. It happened in NA, okay.
You just got to trust yourself. You knew it happened. You just got to trust yourself. You got to trust your gut. I trust you. We do a bunch of trust falls when we're together. And show them, and they're laughing. Everybody kind of just moving off of their drop spot. immediately. Didn't matter if it was Slappy Shores, Secluded Spire, or anywhere in between. They want to contest over towards this side of the map. A lot of caches do spawn here, plus the vault. A lot of resources up for grabs, but they're laughing, probably getting in over his head. A lot of damage being done. Show them as well as he's trying to close the distance between him and his teammate. Continues to shoot some free fires through, drops down one layer, building himself a lot of real estate to work with before backing off.
This is what I expected to see out of this area. A lot of fighting, as the kids call nowadays, a grief fest almost, you could say. And it certainly has been that in this game.
Sweet move by Moneymaker to get out of there. If he wasn't able to hop up there, he was surely going to get eliminated. You can see as soon as he finds his way back to 9, they immediately are trying to take down the vault boss. Try to get that key, but getting the vault itself isn't going to be no easy feat. Show them and they're laughing. Hear this battle going down. They know exactly what's going on, and that's why they're trying to take advantage of those NPCs shooting and causing destruction to Moneymaker and F9. That could be their opportunity to try to break into the box themselves. The only thing that's kind of tricky here is because of the key card, if you have it in your inventory, your position will always be known as Archie and Jakey Fan find themselves separated as a pure out 1v1 versus Irazumi and Archie. Uh-oh. Archie has to be careful. Can't get lost in the sauce. He looks into the distance. Sees his opponent trying to run away. Jakey Fan closing the distance as well. They're probably talking this one over and see this as a possible free points they can pick up with almost a bare minimum needed in terms of placement on the day. This could be a recipe for success for them to pick up the points needed.
That's the hope, right? I think of how well they've already done today, though. I very much doubt that they were going to fall to a position outside of what, like the top 43, I think it was, that they have to get. So,
yeah. I'm
not going to lie, I'll call it here. I think it's pretty safe to say Archie and Jakey Fan are going to be in the FNCS final. And what a season it's been. Archie in the FNCS final and Vino's not. Who would have thought? Not me.
I don't think anybody really would have guessed that, but do you think that's a different type of pressure? Because Archie says, you said he doesn't get nervous.
He's lying.
Now he's nervous to qualify.
Let's clarify here. Archie saying he doesn't get nervous, he is lying. It is a lie. If you've ever watched Archie for 7 seconds, you can see he's nervous. He is always nervous.
But my question is it more nerves to qualify for the grand finals or when you're in the grand finals for Archie specifically?
So I would hope it would be like, you'd almost hope like he wouldn't be nervous because it's almost nothing to lose because nobody expects him there. The problem is that we're talking about Archie here, so he's probably like overthinking, like, oh my god, this is like my only chance I'm ever going to be in FNTS finals. Like, I got to do good. The content will be great, you know? So he probably is even going to be even more nervous than he's ever been.
If he can survive that, if Archie places well, Levin, you got to get him something. That's all I got to say. Biko and Pink, they got themselves something. A good amount of loot thanks to that cash. Not too much to worry about, and you can see they have set a season record for most eliminations through the first 3 games at 29, almost averaging 10 per game as a team.
Wow.
It's insane.
That's unbelievable.
You see their position. They got their surge base. Not too much to worry about for them other than getting that damage. It does look like Irazumi did get the reboot onto Sined, but it only lasts for so long before Archie strikes.
This is lovely. Archie and Jakey Fan picking up some mortar limbs to their total. Not too shabby, if you ask me. And of course, we're going to bring in Vivid now to fill us in on some of the stuff to do with Archie and Jakey Fan.
Big elims and a big game here is going to be needed from Archie and Jakey Fan. Of course, like mentioned, a lot of times throughout the day, they do need around top 40 to make sure that they make it into grand finals. But they aren't the only team that needs a pretty solid performance, as does Anas. Also needs a similar performance out of them. Now, both of these teams have been struggling throughout the day, but we'll have to see if game number 4 here is the one where they show us what they got.
As you know, you kind of look at the leaderboard, see how the day started. Talk about top 40. Archie and Jakey Fan currently positioned at 36th on the leaderboard before this one started. Nas and Srap a little bit better, 21st. Both of them have a little bit of a cushion here going into the second half, and Anas and Srap just slowly but surely continuously sneaking up. This is something that we not only seen them, but so many other teams do to try to take advantage of a team. The piece control goes away just like that, and a monster of a shot getting fired by Srap, but they're not ready to give up on this just yet. They did so much damage to let this go to somebody else.
They'll slide out though. They wanted to quick kill him in and out. They got a decent chunk of damage. They'll go about their day. Maybe continue with some of the more lurk plays they've been going for.
Cheeky little slide shot there from Anas. They got the damage they wanted. See that all too often. As we got their laughing and show them versus Riley and Ju. Oh my, that first shot was so much damage. It made it look easy. They have 3 eliminations so far as a full team, but they got their work cut out for them for this next rotation. This zone around is like full southern zone. Goes below Kenjutsu Crossing. Kind of starts towards Mega City. So you can kind of get a feel of the roller coaster this one might be if it continues to set her up, whether actual Mega City or the waters close by. I feel like teams have to start thinking about that being a thought now so they can prepare for it later.
And look who's up here on the Rift Islands. Yarko and Clone, who have attempted for it, but haven't been successful previously now though. Up here, and there isn't anybody else here really giving them much problems.
I was wondering if they saw that player kind of box up on the edge as he was going down. And now they have the choice. They can run on foot, try to get to zone. Or there is a rift right under the island they just fell from. They can try to use that one to try to cover more distance, but we all know it comes with its own risks.
Yeah, of course. But with risk comes reward at times.
It's true. Especially with this zone. Your positioning is going to mean so much depending on where this next one is going to pull, and it continues to go towards the south side of the map. Some players it's a blessing. For others, particularly everybody on the north, it's more of a curse than anything else because that is where the congested side of the zone is. Not too much going down. This is one of those players that's positioned just outside of the zone. But he has to be careful. On the mountain is a team floating next to them. In the water is another team. And Blaha spots that one out. So he's putting pressure to try to alleviate for his teammate to find a little bit more safety. And I feel like this is almost an interesting decision to take the med kits over the med miss, but at the same time, you want to be able to full heal twice instead of using the med miss on the way and it kind of running out as you get to the zone. So I get it at the same time.
Fighting between Blaha and Mixon and Anderlecht and Xweeze will halt as Blaha and Mixon look to try at least prioritize some better positioning, moving themselves deeper into the zone.
I like this rotation. They're trying to go under the bridge. In their head, they're thinking a lot of the teams will be positioned either on the bridge or very similar elevation, so they're trying to go under that line of sight and make it to zone. Similar teams doing that same rotation, targeting them out just a little bit, but as they find themselves slap dam in the center, they're just going to kind of position up. Not too much to worry about with not being in very many teams' line of sight. This is kind of what I was worried about when it came to the zone. It pulled south for a moment, forcing a lot of teams down, and then it kind of pulls right back on up. It's literally over that island where on NA's side of things, where we've seen teams land a little bit of a split drop. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams plan to use a lot of these resources to cover that distance and shield themselves from the water.
This is a tough game, though, for Mappy to have to deal with as a solo, right? Like you said, when you're trying to traverse across the water, a lot more mats have to be expended, and he doesn't have the luxury of having 2 mats for 2 players, right? It's just what he has to work with. There are some spare mats, though, and so he'll have something to work with once the zone opens up. You can box around them and figure out what you can do with those builds. Let's see how much it is. A decent amount, to say the least.
Almost basically max off that one. Find some heals as well. Interesting the decision to drop the Mammoth, but I get it with not enough heavy ammunition to keep that one. Eventually it'll become a moot point, so he'd rather keep those big pots in his back pocket. At least get to regenerate some of the heals. As Seti and Cammy trying to find some safety just off the edge of that hill. And honestly, for Seti and Cammy, it's almost like business as usual. They try to avoid a lot of the early game skirmishes. They wait for the later portion of the game where those eliminations will naturally present themselves.
Seti and Cammy, man. One of the few teams this season that's had any sort of top level consistency. I think from analyzing a lot of their games, they have such a solid plan when it comes to early, mid, and even late game. Seeing them try different strategies this season has been something I've been excited for. We'll see though how it pays off in the grand finals. Of course, that's always the big theme. The most difficult lobby you will play all season long is the grand finals, and there's almost no way to properly prepare for that. You almost have to take certain small elements and extrapolate from there. If there's anyone that knows how to do it, if anyone has experience doing it, it is Seti and Cammy.
Finally get the shots to squeak through. They don't necessarily need it in terms of Storm Surge. They're just trying to get one more player out of their lobby, out of their way, so they can climb to the top of the leaderboard. A very, very baseline placement throughout these 6 games is needed for Strap and Anas in order to qualify for the FNCS Grand Finals, but they're well on their way to making that a possibility, and you can kind of see, even with Storm Surge not being activated, why they were continuously putting that pressure. They knew they weren't well above that Storm Surge threshold, so it was always a thought in the back of their mind while they were rotating.
Jody and Boaz. Jody, as a solo, was making it very deep at times, and so we know these two together can make things happen in this lobby. Well above on Surge as well, has given them the freedom to sort of play this game out in a way that they'd want to. Pink and Vico. Look at this loot. The amount of plays they're going to be able to make with the extra slurps they have really fills me with confidence. If I'm being honest, this could be a back-to-back-to-back for them, because this is a really, really nice setup for them to have. And a nice pair of limbs that they added to their tally just a moment ago. This could be another win. Calling it from here.
I was gonna ask you that question for a moment when I was seeing them rotating. Is this an opportunity for Vico and Pink to go back to back to back? Feel free, if anybody's watching this one at home, let us know your opinion as well. But for Pink and Vico, would you think that cements them as one of the teams to watch out for going into Major 3? Or do you think it's a whole different ball game with a whole different
It's a whole different ball game for sure, but I think it just has shown, at least in their performances today, how dynamic they can be. They've won games in different styles, in different ways, right? It's not been the exact same. And if they do it here again, that will only add to that. Archie and Jakey Fan making their way in, making it a bit deeper than they did last game, which is nice. Archie just needs to make sure he's doing a good job of following by and not getting caught out.
Speaking about getting caught out, though, Nas, for a short moment, he was caught out. Srap is out of position as well. He gets dropped. Even Nas here as a solo, but trying to use two teams fighting as a distraction. He even has the piece control. The edit go through. First shot's gonna get fired back to back through the build. Anas just showing exactly what to do in almost every stage of the game, and he immediately gets out of that position. He knew the possibility of that team turning on him as a solo was there, and he got out and reinforced his spot here in the zone before he has to make his journey.
2 builds remaining for Anas. And they're gonna have to be put to use here, as there are players who very much are aware of his position in the zone and the fact that he doesn't have much to work with. So yeah, they'll take him out there. Seti playing this one alone. I did see Cammy go down in the feed a couple moments ago, so it's just gonna have to be one of the Polish players to try and close this game out.
But I feel like through the course of the years, we've seen moments, both Seti and Cammy playing as solos, pull up some huge moments, get to the top placing of those games. Is Pink Vico using some of their splashes early.
What do we have here?
Not too much of a worry, though. They have any.
Look up on height. It's Archie and Jakey Fan. They've taken it. And they're looking to hold it as well. Archie hitting some shots on these players in the back of the zone. Needs to be aware of anybody that could potentially take height from them.
Forget just qualifying. Archie and Jakey Fan want to win a game in the Week 3 set finals lobby. And this is their chance.
The problem is Archie, he saw Pink and Vico's top right beneath them. These guys are on second height and he didn't do anything to pressure them. And so these guys now are just going to be able to keep on topping out. And they're going to be a very, very big threat to being able to take high gun. You see it being chopped there. I believe it might have even been Seti that's doing the chopping. Vico doing it as well. And so Pink can just sort of ramp up. And it's an easy height take for Pink and Vico. Jakey Fan and Archie did their best, but they were asleep. They weren't aware of this team. And so now it's Pink and Vico with another height take. Archie trying to flank, but it's not going to be enough. Taken down and forced out. The slurp will come in to heal him, but still having to fight players in the zone here. Can Archie hit the shots? A big one to keep him alive, but eventually will fall. It's all up to Jakey Fan.
Yeah, but they got themselves another top 10 performance here so far, and looking to inch themselves further in towards that threshold. Slurp Juice outside of the zone. This is what Jakey needs. Now he can sneak up and flank every single team in zone and pick up more points.
And really nicely dancing around. Not many bills to work with, so just trying to sort of manage it as best as he can without being caught out.
An opportunity and another shot being fired. Jakey gets the down as well. That's Vico. Vico is down. The Slurp Juice is there. And the men miss. He might have given a recipes for success on over to Jakey.
This is a huge game for Jakey. Has so much in the tank now to be able to make something out of this game. You would have thought he went down a couple moments ago, but he's been able to stay alive. And he has even more to keep him going. Another slurp to make use of. And this med miss still in hand. And so Jakey Fan really cooking something up right now.
Yeah, this is where things got hard, though. He's being forced to build and finally goes down. But a top 4 finish for their effort. A massive amount of points. Now the pressure has went from one player to another. Teeny's being forced outside the zone as the only solo. That makes it so hard for him to survive, especially since they now have him as the main focus and they're on the chase.
He's run up into a cone that he can use, and with this med mist, we'll give him an extra bit of time. And Ping and Kirito are going to be doing their best to try and take everybody out in between them and the ground, and that starts now. Ping forcing his way through builds.
Just making it look easy. One of the few duos left in this lobby. He even has that breacher. Medmis being passed on over, probably solidifying their roles when push comes to shove. Somebody, Levin, is going to have to drop down eventually.
Seeing cheating. They want to be ready, though, for when that team has to drop down. The problem they may face here is that they might have to go up this hill with the way the zone is pulling. If that's the case, that's going to be so awkward for them. The bridge separating all these players right now for now, but once they move out from under it, the fights will begin. It's going to be Teeny taken out quickly, and now the fight to win the game starts.
Yeah, Kyrie, he's the soldier being sent down low, trading shots back and forth between him and Cheatin'. Both of them being drained, and a double knock goes through, but out of nowhere, Pixie steals that game away to take it in his hands.
Really nicely done from Pixie. Cheatin' was tasked with looking for the fight, and Kyrie and Ping were way too distracted, way too occupied, and it just allows Cheatin' to sit there and bask in all the glory. A big win from this duo who, in a very difficult zone to traverse, have managed to stay stacked, stay active, and stay winning. Pixie and Cheatin' take game number 4.
That was huge. So you could see he went towards the outside of zone, climbed up to finish that one up. Each player winning their respective 1v1s. Not only is that a boost in terms of their points onto that leaderboard, but that is a huge boost of confidence to take away a game just like that.
That is absolutely massive, and we'll see just how massive it is going into the last 2 games. We're going to throw it to Zeke to send it all away.
Thank you so much, boys. Wow. Game number 4 comes down to this duo, Cheatin' and Pixie. 8 eliminations. Now remember, as we continue to talk about, it takes one good game, and suddenly you could be finding yourself competing for that top 10. For this duo, this might have just jump-started them, and with 2 games left to go, we could very well see them compete and try and contest some of these, like, necessary series points.
Yeah, but the real showstopper there was just the way that you can tell that these duos are able to kind of deviate tasks from each other. And I think that it's just, again, having positional awareness where if you have one of your duo members trying to play the aggressor, trying to take the front side of somebody else's builds, then you have your partner just lurking in the shadows there, and just a really nice toggle of effort there for Cheatin' and Pixie in order to take that show.
Can I just say something? I think I'm capable of saying it right now. Archie has qualified to the Chapter 4 Season 3 Grand Finals. I think that is the game that we have seen Archie and his teammate qualify. They've done it. What a performance that was in the end game. But of course, Pixie and Cheatin', these guys have had a fantastic run in that end game, doing such a great job on high ground. And to take it the game was absolutely perfect from them.
There was so much chaos, I feel like, in this game, right? All coming down to solos. Some duos, even like we did see Archie, for example, they did split up and they were kind of forced to play apart from each other. But it wasn't just their duo. It was so many other duos. You can tell the pressure is on, and a lot of these duos are starting to feel that.
Yeah, we saw that it's split between Archie and Jakey Fan, and whether or not that was an intentional split, it's a different conversation. But as far as what they were able to do with their efforts in that instance, Archie actually did a decent job, at least at trying to propel himself forward, trying to get himself reconnected there with Jakey Fan. But it was that height take that, for me, was the ultimate display of having Venno playing coach for Archie and Jakey Fan, because this high take, it was a really strong effort. Granted, they did get spoiled by Pink and Vico, but a little bit of instantaneous vengeance there for Jakey Fan, because that elim onto Vico, I think, ultimately played spoiler right back towards Pink and Vico in terms of being able to actually hold on to that height.
I mean, the storyline here is incredible. The day of FNCS opens week number 1. Archie doesn't have a duo, tries to find a duo, finds Jakey Fan, gets dropped, gets undropped, and is now playing FNCS with Jakey Fan. They've now qualified to 2 finals. Not only qualified to 2 finals, but done enough to qualify to grand finals already. And wow, what a performance from them. But really, really nicely done from them. That was the game they needed, and I'm sure they'll be really happy.
And as we turn our attention to the standings, take a look. 6th place, Cheatin' and Pixie, the Victory Royale, paired up with the 8 eliminations, up 24 places, now trying to compete for a top 10 finish. Remember, where a duo ends the day will then calculate, put series points on the series point leaderboard. So the higher up a duo can make it, the better for them in the long run. So up 24 places, this is absolutely huge. But at the top, we still see Vico and Pink, 282 points, 100 points ahead of everybody else. I just love the consistency we're seeing from the duo right now. Again, I think it's very important for duos, even if it's not grand finals, that they treat it as such.
Look, I don't want to jinx anything by any means, so take this with a grain of salt. but it's 33 elims right now is Pink and Vico's current standing point. 38 elims is the EU record to beat for this chapter as far as total elims and finals is concerned. And the fact that they are only 6 elims if they want to beat it, 5 elims if they want to tie it up, very feasible stance for these two. And with how focused they have seen throughout the entirety of today so far, I think it's more than feasible. I'm almost expecting them to get it done at this point.
Yeah, this team are fantastic. I'm liking the way they're playing. Even that game right there, they were just hiding under that second height under Archie and Jakey fan. They knew that they were only left with a few builds left, so they were able to take that high ground. Of course, ultimately, it didn't work out for them in their favor, but just the fact that they had that now, so they had that knowledge to know that the team above, they're going to run out of steam eventually, and we can take height eventually. That's the sort of experience, that sort of knowledge that you need going into grand finals, and this is a team that I think can definitely top 5, dare I say it, win it all if they're on form. So keep your eye out for this team.
Wow, absolutely. These are the big words from the Minius Minor. Okay, I'm here, Mini. I'm right here with you. I do want to turn attention back to the standings super quick, just to continue to talk about all the things we're seeing. Remember, we only have 2 games left to go before we wrap things up on EU. Looking again, if you're just tuning in, Cheatin', Pixie there in 6th place. They just got themselves the Victory Royale. But a couple other names that are starting to like catch my eye. Refs on Height, Trippin up 14 places, now in that top 10 as well. As we flip on over to that 20th, there's a couple players like, oh, I don't know, Archie, suddenly in that 12th place, up 26 places. It's all happening. Taco, it's all happening here.
It's all happening here. In week 3, our last stop before grand finals. And for these teams, I think that this is also a perfect practice opportunity, because what better time to kind of establish yourself and what your duo is really capable of than here in a set lobby with some of EU's finest.
Yeah, I saw that Mazer and Voltiax just outside of where they need to be, inside of that sort of top 12, top 13. So these guys need to be a little bit more consistent. These last 2 games have to be good if they want to try and find themselves in grand. So keep your eye out for that duo. That's definitely an interesting storyline to follow.
Absolutely. Only 2 games left to go. So now or never. Duos, it's time to step up. And Vico and Pink, elimination record. Let's break that. Casters, over to you.
You heard them break it all down, Levin. The foundation has been set with 2 games left. There's no maybe they can have a good game. They have to have a good game if they want to keep their journey alive.
100%. And look, as much as there are plenty of teams who are still in it really to try and qualify and give themselves hope of making it to grand finals, I'm very much looking at Vico and Pink. I want to see that record broken. We came so close in multiple of these weeks, but it hasn't quite happened yet. And these guys have 2 games now to get, what, just a couple, like 6 or so limbs, and they've got it. I really think they can be the ones. That would be a really, really good way to go into the grand finals for next week.
Yeah, especially Vico. I think he has emerged. We keep talking about him. It's not just the skill. It's how quickly he's learning to play with a player like Pink. You know him. You're probably great friends with Pink. You know the experience. You know the accolades. You know what he brings to the table. And I think he's doing a good job of bringing out the next stage of Vico. Will he continue to be one of the players in this lobby to look out for? We'll find out, because Game 5 starts now.
The penultimate game before we head to number 6 and then eventually to the EU Grand Finals. A great season of qualifiers it's been. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of twists and turns. And now just 2 opportunities now for these teams to make something of it. And another game. Not looking too good for Yapko or Spawn, but Paco is still there to try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, he's stealing away the loot, going from the top down. Unfortunately, he didn't really find any shields, but as soon as his teammate gets cleaned up, he'll know exactly where Paco is at. But he's actually just looking up. He went the other direction to try to figure out where he's at first. Runs right past a possible siphon. So this is going to be interesting how Lockstail actually does play this. Does he go for the straight res, or does he just try to battle it out? Just continuously trying to loot up. He's not even worried about his teammates. Paco running out of builds. Just 3 left to place. Has a Mammoth, though. Has double pump possibility with the lever as well. Just trying to steal away the pieces and the options. Great firing back. Defensive play with his back up against the
Really
wall.
got any builds to use? Now just has the one remaining. And we'll have to get right back to farming.
It's just one of those tricky fights that both of these players are kind of toying with, but he goes back, gets the siphon mats, and that really is going to be the difference. He can just keep spraying this one out, trying to break the builds, get him to run out. The control will go over. A little bit of pre-fire going through. Neither team wanting to take the risk to peek through first, places a cone, and now he's going to continuously going around. He knows he can't really defend himself. This is just one of those interesting fights that it comes down to a 1v1 with such few games left. They don't want to risk it all for this one moment, but they have to at the same time to get their teammates back up. Slow and steady wins the race, some would say. Farming up the bare minimum when it comes to materials. Goes back, grabs the combat SMG. It's from one fight to another, though. You can see a lot of these fights here in Game 5 happening a lot slower than they have in the previous game so far. But as I say that, two players trying to burst into the box. Slove goes down. They were just separated. And they get pushed into two different 1v2 situations. Now their back's up against the wall with the flapjack out. They're just trying to bulldoze their way into the box. Cover's disappearing right before our very eyes, and the elimination is finally going to get cleaned up.
That's nice for Noah and Ju. It's not been the most spectacular of seasons when it comes to their namesake, but winning that fight, there are going to be two big performances here to close things out with at least leave them with their heads held high this season.
Disengage coming through, but that's a risky play. Just getting tagged up with the MK Alpha out of the sky. Shield's just getting drained, but he disengages to where he can get a little bit of a split loot. Possibly get his teammate back up. An upgrade to the loadout overall. I think that's a successful disengage. Some fights were slow. Others, rather quickly, as you see on the replay. Odin immediately dropping down onto one of his opponents. Cleans that one up. And I feel like we can kind of predict the rest of this story. Two back-to-back 1v2 situations, and they clean it up rather quickly.
Yeah, no real surprises there at all.
Ooh. A lot of the action breaking down on the outskirts of the map. Sined and Razumi and Alex and X-Squeeze this time around. And then you have somebody in the water trying to swim to safety, even if that means sacrificing some HP to take some surge. That's Ronnie on the other end. As Razumi and Sined just take that high ground for now. They cement themselves as the team atop of the castle.
Who's that swimming in the water?
It's Ronnie. This is where they typically land. And I believe they fight off spawn, and the third party came in possibly from Andalex in this case.
Well, these guys are dipping. They don't want to fight. They're more concerned about more important things. A bit of a stalemate broke out. Voltiax and Mesa need these last two games to be two of the better ones they've had, if they are to steal a spot away in the grand finals.
This looks like they're looking for Sky Jump. Maybe he's looking for something back. His teammate did go down. This is a great opportunity to him to use the jungle biome, the mud, and all the slurp pants and mushrooms to try to get his teammate back. You see him going to the slap and go gas station to try to go for the reboot. But if this is anything like last game, there were so many players on this side of the map taking each other out. No arrives yet again. Along with Jude. Oh my is right. Surviving with 1 HP. I would have slammed my desk.
I wouldn't have blamed you. 1 HP.
Blaha and Mixon, 145 points up until this stage of the game. And it's interesting, just like Secluded Spire in that last game I was talking about, Shattered Slab having multiple teams over in this direction, some towards the outskirts trying to make a safe rotation, because you can see it's just on the edge of the zone, so all of them are trying to predict that the zone will continue to pull towards the north portion of the map. And they're trying to preemptively rotate there.
We all know what's about to happen right now. Yeah, no surprises there. 2 mammoth pistols locked and loaded, ready and waiting. And a quick little knock will come through.
Archie and Jake, just want to check on them real quick. Smooth sailing, no contested. Keep themselves going as Noah, Riley, and Ju are just all over the map. They're doing the 4 corners challenge, I feel like. Well, it's just 2 people. 5 eliminations so far. They heard us talking about a record. They're like, record this, record that. It's easy, just watch. The 2 games left, I feel like they're going to try to pick up as many points through eliminations as possible.
Problem is that that's not as rewarding as doing it with placement, right?
Yeah.
Unless they're going absolutely crazy, which is always possible. But far less probable, quite difficult to do so.
Looking through every crevice. They know somebody's around here. They don't know exactly where. They're just taking their time. Trying to look underneath every single rock. Somehow he gets shot into the distance. And that's like a little game of peekaboo. He knows he's in that direction outside of the storm somewhere, but still has no idea exactly where he's at. So he's going to send Noah Riley to go check. A lot of proactivity coming out from this lobby. Saw Voltiax and Mesa get some early game surge. They disengaged over towards Creaky Compound. They don't have very many materials. And it does look like a team is on the chase. Joe Kloss and Teeny.
They know exactly where they are. Hiding is not going to work for you right now, Mesa and Voltiax. It is looking like the end of the road here in game number 5. Teeny and Joe hunted them down viciously. And that is not good news at all.
You know what that means? You know what that means now, though? Voltiax and Mesa have 1 game left. Their entire season, 3 weeks of qualifiers, weeks 1, 2, and 3, comes down to their 6th and final game.
Whoa,
Saw this one on the other side, a 148, just 1 pump to the dome, taking them down, and then from there it was easy.
There was a bit of distance on that shot as well, man. You would have thought he was using a heavy shotgun to do that one, but no, it was the Havoc.
What do we have here? Archie and Jakey, after that phenomenal performance in that last game, you heard Mini Miner say it himself. Congratulations. They have reached the FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals. So from here on out, possibly using this to kind of bolster their position, get some more practice underneath their belt. Because it's only 1 more week to go before we're there playing for those global championship spots, and anybody who doesn't make it to the grand finals has to go through that last chance major.
I see replay, I see Archie's name, I enjoy the highlight reel. Let's see it. What we add into the montage this time, Archie. Getting stuck in the bills there, but jumping in and hitting the big shots. That is what he does.
He's doing a good job staying alive right here, probably getting coached a little bit.
Yeah, he said he doesn't get nervous. He's biting his nails there. I'm telling you, this guy, he's a liar. Don't believe him. Don't believe all that I'm not nervous talk. Nobody that ain't nervous starts biting their nose. Look at me stressing. He's rubbing the scared scratch. He doesn't know what to do. Poor Archie. Look, you're fine, Archie. Don't worry, mate. You're in the grand finals. Just have some fun these last 2 games, my friend.
Shout out Levin and the new segment, Inside the Mind of Archie. Every single time, Levin, that's your job. These new segments. We need to know what Archie's thinking every step of the game. Because we know what Thomas and Malibuca are thinking. We're thinking, hey, there's a player in front of us, and he needs to go down. As they close the distance towards Rift Island as well. They're probably trying to condition, get that extra practice, because through the first 2 weeks, they did not go for Rift Island that much. So they're probably using this week 3 as a test, if it's even worth going for.
Yeah, look, it was iDrop and Mappy that they were hot on the tail of, and that's another team who we know does like to play for Rift Island. We've not seen as much today as we did in previous weeks, but they are here now.
We at least have 2 teams contesting it right away, a third towards the outskirts, and so many more just off of Rift Island. Heard one of them take said Rift to try to go ahead and disrupt this fight, being the third team right in it. And this is where all of these players have to be careful. That's Mustache and Hide on Bush of all teams. Ready to contest for that Rift Island as well. But some of these teams already having their championship spot secured. This is just a test, like I was saying, to kind of feel these teams out. Is it worth going for, especially in the set lobby?
I get it from Anas and Strap though, right? They're trying to do anything they can to just get as many points as possible. The extra 15 points that come from getting the island are worth its weight in gold for them right now, as they try their best to push themselves into a qualification spot for that grand final.
Currently positioned around 22nd on the leaderboard. From here on out, they don't necessarily need to do anything major. They just can't slip up off their perch. As Mustache is just continuously looking. Those players are down there. Mappy trying to go for a cheeky little destruction of the cover. Mustache used that opportunity to try to hit a mammoth shot, but nothing comes to fruition just yet. Hide on Bush is one of those players that's positioned on top of the Rift Island house, making sure that if anybody else rifts up, it's not going to be easy for them to try to take advantage of. And that's your Q, Levin. What is Archie thinking?
Inside the mind of Archie right now, just use a flopper. Bosh. Got to get into zone. Bosh. Ooh, player there. Mammoth pistol. Bosh. Oh, I missed that one. Let me try again. Wait, is there someone in the bush there, mate? Nah, forget it. Bosh. And that's the segment right there. Inside the mind of Archie. That was actually a live listening to Archie right there.
I like the Bosh. I'm the type of guy that yelled bang, you know, myself in those tight, intense moments. But, you know, different region. I'm from the NA side of things, so I can see the difference. But Hydro and Trexer, it's almost exactly where they land from one off-spawn fight to what would seem like another. That's Blaha Mixon on the other side, who are slowly but surely getting eaten alive by the storm. A little bit on the med miss for Hydro, so the Siphon coming through is going to be a must for them to kind of survive. We know the zone is pulling towards the north. Ooh, he's peeking through. A nice shot by Hydro. No sneaky plays coming out from you. And an opportunity, as long as he buys the time for the Siphon, as now they set their eyes on the prize, which is Mixon.
Really nicely done from Hydro on that shot, and he'll go for the finish as well. Before refocusing their attention onto Mixon, who is scurrying away a bit here. And so you see Hydro building up just to try to find the angle to spot him out. And he will see him now on the shore of the beach.
Well, that was the last we saw of Mixon. And for Hydro and Trexer, at least you know you don't have to chase that direction other than for the loot. But another team perched up on the mountain, Ronnie and Gawid, he used his sailing skills over towards the outskirts of the water to keep himself alive and get his teammate back. And all of that is going to be rewarded with the first knock onto Trexer. As long as they can remain persistent, they could get this elimination, but that would cost them a ton of heals if they had that as their plan.
I think a good thing for these teams is once this concludes, they can just sort of rotate all the way up north into the zone, and they will be on the dead side with not many players there to really cause them much harm.
But they are just spending a lot of time. I see why in the back of their minds they have slurp juice, they have slap splashes. So it's not going to be too much of a difficulty to get towards the zone as Archie does get the reboot back onto Jakey.
Nice. Jakey back in the game.
Elimination each. feel like the only worry right now is going to be the loot.
That's fine. Open the slurp juice. Bosh.
He's just rotating, getting the mud. Or the rift. This one could be risky, especially with teams already positioned towards the edge of zone. Let's see if it pays off for them in a little bit. Zanas and Srapt continuing where they left off up into this point. They need that top finish if they're looking to qualify for the FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals. And right now, they're on par, I would say. Team rotating side by side. Got to be careful in a situation like this, because this is the side of the zone that'll eventually become congested. So how deep you go into zone is something you got to ask yourself, and how worth it is it going to be? They look back. See both Splash and Nate. It's another team that's fighting for their shot here at the finals. They need about a top 10, maybe even a 7th place finish if they're looking to continue this season. Trexer gets taken out. They saw that one. Corner of their eye while trying to rotate with the kinetic ore. With Boaz just getting rebooted, that was a huge find. I've never seen anything like, I've never seen somebody go down on the ore and try to go to zone. Dirty. Unfortunate enough, I respect him for trying to get his teammate back into the game. He went deep into the zone to make it a possibility. I give him all the respect in the world. Yeah,
it didn't quite work out at all. That's interesting though. I never thought about using that. If you're like a player knocked in zone, you know you're about to go down, you just like rock yourself to make yourself go even closer. That's interesting. Anyway, let's focus on the here and now, all right? Enough theory crafting. Archie and Jakey Fan back in the game after rebooting Jakey Fan earlier. We're now going to try and make something out of this one. Always a tough task when you've had to reboot in a game. You're always going to be less stacked than your competitors. But they've got to make something work.
They didn't get their vault this time around, but they still got those mid-match objectives, 15 points. Former Stash and hide on Bush, and basically a free rotation, especially if zone does begin to open up. They're on the backside of that. Is now, see a flipped end. Earlier on in this game, we saw Ronnie as a solo trying to get his teammate back. Now we got Gawid as a solo, trying to let him know, like, hey, you did a good job. Now let me take it from here. Some of these teams still didn't find that comfortable spot in towards the zone. The western side, more stacked than the east, but still a couple teams on the east side that still have to find their way. I love the overhead view, seeing where every team is positioned at, whether they have elevation or not. The zone pulling towards the right. More than half of the lobby got a max pull zone. And that means players are probably going to get taken out left and right trying to get there.
Across the river.
That's cleared up their water lanes, especially if they can't swim.
Mud is going to be key though for some of these teams, and you're seeing City and Cammy going right for it. Mud rotates so effective, and that's why Pink and Vico will be very much looking to do the same. You see both these teams set up now in positions next to each other. Two of the top dogs in the lobby. Great minds think alike, as they do say.
Yeah, not rotating too early. What their idea is let the zone begin to open up, and then that's where they'll start to make the rotation. So by the time that they do get there, they continue to use that mud, depending even what augments they combine with that, to try to jump over some teams, gain some elevation, gain a better spot than just on the edge. Vortex is afraid, having some struggles, but they go ahead and find their spot. Archie and Jakey, they still got some rotating to do, but they're waiting for all of these other teams to try to be the first one there, and that wait pays off. They find Marine, take him down, but they get barely any mats for that.
It's fine though. But if they've done it once, surely they can do it again, right? You see now, box to box against this team. And they're scaring them out of the ends. Nobody wants beef with Archie and Jakey Fan right now.
It's scary because now that they know that they qualified, it's almost like they have nothing to lose, and you're seeing like a different level of confidence come out from the last couple of games. Hoping to follow suit. Nas and Strapped, even though they're in prime position to punch their ticket as well. They don't want to call this play over until they hear the whistle, and that whistle is going to be at the end of game number 6.
Garrett, still in this game as a solo. But this is such a tough ask. First moving, not really many materials. He's just able to get by, and props to him as the zone gets smaller and smaller. That task becomes harder and harder. Whoa, okay, Archie. What do we have here? He's not really afraid of anybody right now. Big shots being hit. And Odin is going to feel the consequence of that one. Archie now on top of the world. He's not going to stop. He wants to jump in. Maybe Jakey Fan having to rein him in a bit. Calm down, Arch. We ain't got to get too ahead of ourselves right now. Anas will have to get ahead of the zone and of all these players standing in his way. He gets tugged on a bit from the back and he needs to be careful.
Yep, and he has no mammoth, so he can't do the double pump. Just straight 14 shots left in his shotgun. Definitely has some pressure. And you look at the high ground, it's Seti, it's Cammy position themselves, the Kings on top of the mountain. Everybody else below looking like ants, and this you see Anas now as a solo, Jakey Fan as a solo. A lot of these teams that have yet to qualify still trying to push themselves further and deeper onto that leaderboard. Struggles towards the backside. Jake is doing a good job of playing a game of hide and seek. He knows somebody's there on the other side, but he didn't suspect that both sides of the cover were going to be taken.
No mats for Anas. Hiding, not even in a bush, just in some of these plants and the shrubs, hoping nobody will see him as he looks to use this big pot. The zone ticking in slowly behind him and he'll pop it. But now needs to connect to something. The shield plant will also help him. But ultimately, Anas just scrapping for anything to keep him in this game longer.
He's trying to farm bushes, he's trying to farm grass, he's trying to farm anything that he can to try to get a build to work with to defend himself, and ends up with a duo dropping on him. As we jump on board, Nate and Splash need about a top 10 performance, so they need to come out on top in these next 2 games if they want a chance, just like everybody else. Mustache, we saw him with Hide on Push, and now we don't see them anymore.
Top 10 performance, so isn't too shabby. Nate and Splash still in this game as well, and looking good in this game as well. But they are running out of materials here on this mid-ground layer, and so they're going to have to start thinking about dropping down. Cammy and Seti making their jobs even harder as they start to pressure. And so that forces Splash and Nate to look to beneath, looking in the back of the zone, and they will find something.
This is it. This is their chance, their moment, and they're taking advantage of it well, but they split up, and they use that to take out another player. Siphon Mats, Menmis, they're finding a treasure trove of loot as they secure their spot into the top 3, but every run comes to an end. Splash gets knocked out the backside. Nate gets taken out as well. Top 2 here to end the game, and it's none other than Seti and Cammy with the high ground.
Seti now trying to secure that win they've been after all day long. And it looks like it's going to be here. Cammy with a big shot. Seti looking to connect, but he falls. Oh dear, the 4 damage takes him out. And so a 1v1 now. And one that's very winnable for Ping. Up against Cammy down below, not many shields left. And so he just has to connect one more bullet. Cammy and Seti look to take it all. But it was Kyrie and Ping who steal it away in the final moment, keep their composure, and will be granted the victory royale for it. And so it'll be another second place for the Polish duo. But still a big, big game all across the board from these teams who were already so high up in the standings, Jacob.
Yeah, and for Kyrie and Pings, that was redemption. That was for revenge because it was in that last game. Remember, they had high ground and it was stolen away. They got forced down to the low ground and taken out. But this time, they said, this game is mine. And they took over, taking down both Seti and Cammy towards the end game. And that was the monster shot that really won it all for Pings, because from there on out, he had full position to take over the rest of this one and finally take down Cammy. Forced them into back-to-back second.
Seti went for the drive-by shot, but it was the flick of the wrist. That was really his demise, really his doom. And so the win will go to Kyrie and Ping. A really, really nice game for them. And you know, like you said, they've come close in previous games as well. It was two teams that were really just sort of going back and forth in previous matches that finally get to duke it out for the win as a whole. But Kyrie and Ping come out on top.
Yep, and with that, that is our 5th game done. One more left to go.
So much fantastic. Game number 5. And there is so much to discuss as we get ready for the last game of the day here from EU. Remember, this is it. Next week is Grand Final, so duos are looking to end the day as well as they can to be top 50 on the series point leaderboard. From there, we're looking at Grand Finals. This game, though, for the duo, Ping, Kyrie, 9 eliminations and the Victory Royale. Just 2 games ago, we saw another duo that wasn't even in the top 10, got themselves 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale. Suddenly, they're competing in the top 10. So, if math serves me right, Taco, I feel like we could see Ping and Kyrie in the top 10.
Ping and Kyrie very likely to be in that top 10 position, especially given how close the leaderboard spread was in general. So many teams within 30 to 40 points of each other. But this end performance here from Ping, just a great job keeping his senses about him, not really letting himself. It was more so the fact that he didn't hesitate. He was very committed to his decisions, and he played really well around those ramps, just given the fact that both of these teams were dealing with a lack of materials for builds.
Yeah, that's not an easy situation to win there from Ping and Kyrie, but they showed that they are a very, very good team, a very experienced team, because of course they played in every single weekly final this season. One of only 7 teams in the lobby today to actually have done that. So they've just been able to learn from each one of those weeks, and we can see it. Back-to-back second places for this team, or back-to-back, or second place last game, first place this game, I should say. Not quite back-to-back second places, but a fantastic job from them nevertheless. And I really like the way they went about that. They had a lot of maturity towards the end of that game, taking the high ground off of Seti. Of course, Seti slipping down a little bit there. Didn't quite work out for them, but great job from this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we can take a look at the standings and see what it all looks like. With a single game left to go, how will this all conclude? We look at the top once again. Vico and Pink, they are still sitting 60 points ahead of the duo in second place. But look, suddenly it's Pings and it's Kyrie. So after that game, the hugeness, they've just said, hey, listen, we're jumping up. We're now in second place. And look at the point differences, right? Going from down low, if they move up the 2 places, that means they were currently in 4th, so right around the 180 mark. So to put 50 points on the board for the duo, that's huge, especially, again, consider the ramifications. If they were to end the day in second place, what that could mean for the series point leaderboard.
But you've also got Seti and Cammy hot on the heels for first place. Granted, it's a team that's already locked in for grand final, so less about series points in reference to them and more so about just them trying to find a nice, well-rounded finish leading into that grand finals competition later on. But Seti and Cammy, I mean, it's what you would expect. Again, we've seen them do this a bit of a flip in their playstyle where they're being better about controlling height, about maintaining height, about spraying down to the teams in the layers below them to prevent them. The drops as well from this team have been relatively well timed. Didn't necessarily work out in their favor for this last match, and that's why they lost against Ping and Kyrie. But at the same time, I think it says a lot that this is kind of like a second half team if you really think about it, because it really just feels like the start of the day, maybe not so much for them, but by the time we get to that second half, man, it's like a whole new duo.
Yeah, they're just playing Fortnite bingo at this stage. Good game in low ground, yep. Good game on high ground, yep. We'll tick it off as well. These guys are just playing all-rounded to perfection. They're doing such a great job at it as well, because this is exactly when you want to start sort of rounding off your game, making sure that each and every department is looking good, because we have grand finals next weekend. Top 10, of course, qualify to the Global Championship. So this is the time for these duos. This is the time for these teams that do want to try and make a few little bits of their game perfection. That's exactly what it's all about.
Absolutely. Let's come back to those standings. Because remember, I can't stress it enough, only a single game left to go, and some of these duos are fighting to continue the FNCS run. But again, there's some that are just doing fine, right? There's some that are looking to gatekeep everybody else. We're looking at you, Seti and Cammy, but I want to start kind of heading on down the board here. Merstash and Hide on Bush, we've kind of seen them performing all day, and now they're looking to jump up, and this is exactly what I wanted, friends. Let's look at the 11th through 20th place. So remember, top 10, the points, 127. So if we just look down this board, even at say like 20th place, right? We just saw this duo, Ping, put 50 points on the board. The duo in last place was to put 50 points right here, right now, and no one else earned points. they would be 7th place. So just think, it only takes one game. Any of these duos could still do it.
Hey, sometimes it's just that dominating, but I couldn't help but notice we saw Anas and Strapcal there in the top 20 position, or 18th place specifically, but it's the fact that we knew that they needed a well-performing day. We were talking about 33rd or higher. Right now, it's seeming as if they're going to be able to close things out in that position, which is pretty incredible when you factor in we've been seeing a lot of Anas having to go for solo clutch opportunities, and I think that his experience as a player is what's really been carrying this duo through today. And it's no slight against Strapcal by any means, because again, Anas choosing a duo with someone because he believes that there's potential there for sure, but I think that it's not an easy feat to go so many lobbies and still find consistent placements.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this team going for the Rift Island in the last game. I don't think they'll be going for it in this game, because all they need is just a decent game, just to get them over the line, because right now, that's all they have to be focusing on. Let's qualify to Grand Finals, and we'll fix a few things in our game, solo, in endgame, and things like that. We'll fix that for Grand Finals. Just make sure this game's solid, and I hope for them it is.
Friends, I'm getting word. It's that time. The Battle Bus is ready. We have one game left to go in Europe. It is now or never for these duos, because if you wait too long, there could be no more tomorrow. With that being said, this is game number 6 of the EU FNCS.
The final game to make it happen. Props to our analysts for breaking down everything so wonderfully for us today. But Jacob, I look back through this season so far, through all the journeys we've seen from this teams, and to think it comes down to this last game, it's really intense.
Yeah, some of those teams, you heard the analysts kind of break it down. They already got their spot throughout those 5 games, but there's a couple of teams still in the mix that need this last game. Nate and Splash, I said it while I was watching them playing. They were outside of their own threshold. They need back-to-back performances. Well, they did it fine in game 1, but now they have to do it again here in game 6.
Look, everything comes down to this, because all these players want to be competing in the FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals next weekend. And of course, a lot of them have already secured that position. A lot of them have played there before. But for the ones that haven't, what a moment it will be. And we are one game away from that moment. Let's jump right into game number 6.
The last chance. The last chance and the last dance for some of these teams. Otherwise, you're going to have to go again in that last chance major, and you lose your cushion of being able to play out of the upper bracket. You will have to go on the lower side of things as Edwin goes for a chest on top of that crane, just trying to drop down onto his opponents. He thinks he has the advantage with a sharp tooth, and my gosh, was that an advantage.
That's nice. That is what you want to see your Spawn. It might have taken us a while to get here, but we are seeing dominance in game number 6, in and out, as you do. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to see a repeat of what we've seen here so many times already today. Paco and Yapko not having the best of times off spawn here.
No, not at all. And it's basically the same 50-50 for the floor spawn that is on the edge of that building. He's just trying to disengage, use the launch pad. It makes him susceptible to these shots. He's just getting almost terrorized trying to get out. And I see Hide on Bush and Murstache getting very, very busy over towards that secluded spire that we've seen so many teams gravitate towards. And the first knock was kind of already solidified very, very early on, and it kind of puts pressure on Paco. What he's going to do, because he even has to rotate all the way around that same position if he wants the card itself.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, my.
Wow. Nathan and Jakey with the upset here. Blaha and Mixon down and out completely.
For them, at least they can end their day knowing they're already going to the grand finals next week. So they can take an early day off. They can take the rest of the day off, eat some dinner, watch the rest of this Fortnite action, and start to theory craft. I saw this not once, but twice. It was Hide on Bush's name in the feed, and that was how he did it to save Murstache.
Anas and Srapt need to have a masterclass if they want to secure fully. Of course, it does look like they will be good. You can never be too safe, right? You want to go out with a bang.
No. That stat is just crazy. It just goes to show the pressure. Team season in the line. And that's why you see so many reboots, so many players stretching deep into the zone to make it a possibility as Chari and Gearys go down again to both Ju and Noah Riley, who last game were just seen like they just wanted to take down every competitor themselves. As Andalex feeling those same struggles, X-Squeeze is already down as we tune in. But it does look like it's a little bit of a 1v1. Nathan on the other side. Andalex trying to go for a little bit of a piece control before reuniting back with his teammate. Doesn't want to let the Siphon go through, but the shots are just going through the covers. Perfect pre-fires from Nathan to back down Andalex. We can't build there.
The battle's coming in clutch. And even a revive potentially coming through as well. Pressure from Nathan starting to realize just exactly what's going on here. And he doesn't like any little bit of it at all. Doesn't want them to revive, but it doesn't seem like he'll get there in time.
Basically gonna be a risk versus reward scenario. Gotta think about the pros and cons on the side of Nathan. Does look like he's trying to aggress in. The revive is going to be solidified. The pre-fire going through. Andalex lands a monster of a shot, but Nathan does as well. A trade and only 30 HP left on X-Squeeze, but he said, "You've done enough, Andalex. Let me clutch up just
I was so worried there because Andalex initially does so well to hit the shot, but when he goes down, he's just revived at Squeeze, so he's only going to be 30 HP. One shot is all it would have taken from Nathan to 1v2 there. But Squeeze comes through with a good clutch moment here in Game 6.
Almost tries to box him up. They're laughing and show them. Another team, even though they already got their grand final spot secured, should be using this day as a little bit of practice. Things not going their side. And honestly, you got to think, was it the drop spots? Was it switching things up? Or is it just a mindset? Kind of using week 3 to test different strategies, which I do think some teams on the day and even tomorrow on the NA side of things will do. But a fight looking good to see. Pink and Vico. Vico's ready there to alleviate some of the pressure. Pink gets tossed down. Rezumi gets sent back to the lobby as well. And now they have themselves a 2v1 situation against the Ned, who's trying to fight for the piece control. Gets one. But he knows he can't be stagnant in any position, knowing that he's a solo.
One thing I'll say about Pink and Vico this season is that they have been absolute monsters off spawn, have dominated anybody that's tried to cause them an issue at their spot in their area. It's been quite relentless to watch, really. And a continuation of that here in this game.
Strap's already down. Nas in this replay, probably trying to clutch up. He gets the first knock, but the player just doesn't back down. And for Nas and Serapt, where they're on the leaderboard after this game while everybody else gets to play, means so much. It's their future on the line.
Tough. Because they're going to be sitting there, fingers crossed, for the remainder of this game. And as things update afterwards as well.
Probably asking a lot of the analytics. Will this threshold hold? Do I have enough points? As Moneymaker and Fanayan, they already have a pair of eliminations each. This is exactly how they were able to pick those up. Moneymaker already has one, so it's basically 2 players just making their laughing go down. They get into the box. And they do it rather quickly, knowing that timing is not necessarily on their side, but Nate and Splash, they've been performing consistently well through 5 games, and I wouldn't say they have the toughest road to the grand finals, but needing about a 7th place finish on the day, they definitely have their work cut out for them, and this being Game 6, their final chance, they're going to be looking to play a little bit more towards the top end of the leaderboard instead of having those risky plays they were doing in some of the other games.
Archie I want to see him hitting some more shots in the Mammoth. You've seen him lining up a bunch today. And we've not seen any real big headshots. We saw one actually last game in endgame. It's mainly been the body shots. I want to see a big headshot from range from Archie.
They land the first body shot. And for them, they feel like that's enough damage to at least comfortably rotate in the position, close the distance. Even marking it out. That's Gaweed and Ronnie on the other side. And then further back is X-Squeeze and Andalex. So a lot of teams using very, very similar rotation paths to get to where they need to be. Doom and Lunar. There's a launch pad here, so not too much worries for them to try to rotate as they look towards the backside. And they realize somebody got that reboot off. And they want to see who.
You're right there, mate. The zone's the other way. They know that. They don't care, though.
They want the points. They realize that team just took the slurp truck, so they want to disengage, knowing that the possibility of them being full health is there. Even though they are missing some shields, that's information that Lunar and Doom don't have just yet. So they're kind of making that safe play. They want to go ahead and play the rest of this one out, so they disengage. They said, hey, if we want to deal with them, we can do it later. We can try to gatekeep them out. As I see in the feed, Splash and Nate have gotten themselves a pair of eliminations as well. Trippin and Refsguard. I see them kind of going up against Andalex and X-Squeeze as they try to rotate. Mammoth shots going out, but nothing really connecting just yet.
Yako and Clone rotating down the river. They might just run into Gawe there if he's not careful. He's got some mud though, so that should allow him to rotate through a bit quicker. But he's now heading back in their direction, which again might cause him some issues. Another game where we haven't torched him solo in our back-to-back games.
Kind of looking TrueLex and Chicho, even though they're not in the lobby. They're one of the teams that is on that bubble, along with Skydune and Shakos, Peshka and Lucia in this lobby as well. So some that are on the bubble have no choice but to sit and watch. Some get to have a say in their future. And to me, that's the biggest thing. When you have an opportunity to take control of your own destiny, you have to make every single moment matter.
100%. Can't allow it to slip out of your hands. Idrop and Mappy. Not been a day to really sing their praises by any means, but hopefully they've been able to put in some work in establishing and finding security in their spot and the players that may be landing around them. That's a bit rough. That's not the kind of way I want to see them fighting.
Not good, but now Noah Riley have the confidence to do that. Sending both Idrop and Mappy back to the lobby. And the top 32 teams as well. So no placement points for anybody's efforts up until this point. It's just eliminations and mid-map objectives being gathered. Archie,
he did it!
You said you wanted to see it.
Yes! Come on, Archie!
Like a proud dad. See the look on Levin's face right now.
Can't stop smiling.
I like his position here towards the edge of zone as well. Just trying to predict myself. I don't think it's going to pull all the way towards the south, but I think Archie does have a great position to continue to move north in towards the zone. Get ready for the later portion of the game. He has to figure out how he's going to get Jakey Fan out of that position, especially with Seti and Cammy not too far off.
Pink and Vika 2 in this game. Looking for that elimination record. And of course, heading into this final game, we got Vivid to give us a quick update.
Yeah, I mean, week 3 here for Pink and Vico, it's pretty much just been all about practice. They were already guaranteed qualified to Grands, and even so much this game coming in first place, they were like, you know what? Why don't we get a little bit of fighting practice and a quick 2 eliminations for this duo in the early game? And I mean, they are already set up to win this thing, and they go ahead and actually gather up a cache as well. And after they go ahead and secure this cache, I mean, their loot is looking very, very good. Got the slurps and got the slap splashes. Let's see if they can win this thing.
Definitely in prime position in terms of that loadout. They've won 2 games already. They almost got that third. Very, very similar loot. So I think you'd be crazy to think that they don't necessarily stand a chance. But VoltTX, Mesa, they've been solidifying themselves on the leaderboard and really leaving it to this last game. If they play well, they're in. If they fall short, they're out. It's as simple as that.
Sounds simple, but very hard in practice in this kind of lobby.
I did make it sound simple, didn't I?
But they are capable of it. It's not out of the realms of possibility.
That's Kenty. That's a big elimination onto Malabuka. Didn't necessarily see exactly where they were positioned on this leaderboard in week 3, but they're just inside the series point leaderboard, trying to hold on to their position. Don't want to give that one up as Thomas and Malabuka do go down. That's 2 eliminations. That's Storm Surge. It's a good amount of loot. And since they're not too far from the zone, they're not going to have to expend very much of these heals to get themselves there.
This is how Kenty got that LM. Knocking on the door. Open up. Bish bash bosh, Malabuka down.
Just trying to kind of read the zone. I feel like, how many games has the zone went over to this side of the map? I know we had like 1 Kenjutsu side, maybe 2 Kenjutsu, 4 Western zones. I feel like the lobby's got to be conditioned at this point to make their early rotations. If they do land on the north or even eastern portions of the map, it's almost a must, especially without mobility other than the temple rifts, a couple launch pads being scattered around, and the mud, all in which make you susceptible to getting tagged up by any team, especially those above on that Rift Island.
Saw that. Where zone was positioned there, I had my eyes on Cami and City in their position and sitting in a great spot to deal with any teams coming in from that Frenzy Field side, or also having access to dead side if zone pulls in that direction. You sort of are used to seeing these guys in the best sort of mid-game positions. That is a part of the game that they just understand just that bit better than everybody else, it seems.
You can see them just biding their time, boxed up next to the rift. Usually it's next zone, not 100% of the time, but usually in this next zone, wherever Rift Island is at, the zone typically does pull away from it. And that's why you see the team boxed up on that rift. They're getting ready if the zone does pull away to try to rotate quick. And he does it again. He's listening. He said, Levin, you're calling me out. Guess what? I've had enough. I've had enough of your nonsense.
All I wanted was 1, Archie. You don't have to keep giving me that. Oh my goodness. You're spoiling us today. Can you get another?
I'm reading his lips right now. You think Levin likes that? Watch this, Levin. I read his lips.
That would have been a highlight. Wait, still there? Oh, if I...
At least he hit it. At least he hit it. He's getting accurate. He's getting consistent with it, and that's what we want to see. Consistency is key, especially in these set lobbies where there's multiple
I know they're
games.
not going to have to worry about Surge for the rest of this game, mate. He's been hitting them shots.
Hide on bush. The med kit. Nobody really letting them get that secluded spire as easy each and every time, or at least they don't let them leave with it. As you can see, they did capture it. 3 more points for their total. The double slurps on the hide on bush combined with the med kit means welcome back, Mustache. I don't know about the rest of your loadout, but at least we got you some heals, and at least we got you a chance to get back in, but another team is rotating in this direction and could spell disastrous if they are daring enough to try to take down a fresh rebooted player. So even though it's just a prediction, things can change depending on who moves up the leaderboard, who goes down the leaderboard. Voltx and Mesa, it's about a 20-second finish coming in today. I say about because it is just a prediction. And right now, they're inside of that bubble, waiting for that opportunity to kind of close it out.
Like you say, it's just
I should say outside,
right?
26th place.
You don't want to leave it up to chance, to the numbers. You want to just force your way and get yourself into the top 10, make it even more comfortable for yourself. That's the ideal situation. Pink and Vico picking up an extra 2 limbs. We'll get to see one of those limbs here now. Let's take a look at the replay. I believe that means what? Are they now 2 limbs away from the limb record? They're getting close now. I know that.
Oof. Even though he did have some builds, Hide on Bush knows I can't stay there. There's too many resources I got to expend, and it's almost not worth it. So you see him playing this one out as a solo. First 2 teams, 2 zone. Archie is going to be one of them. And since he knows most of the teams are going to come from that western portion where he was just at, he can try to be the gatekeeper, especially with that mammoth. Give us what we want.
Anderlecht and Sweeze don't have the easiest path to zone. You can see Anderlecht sort of just trying to figure it out. But also having to worry about players rotating behind him. There are players in the barn there, and so now stuck in between a rock and a hard place. How do they traverse through this one? A couple mats being expended. They can't really go back, otherwise the players there are going to see them. Just have to now build their way on in side by side and hope for no more problems, trying to cut that team off, but there is a team now on the left they need to be wary of.
This is what we talk about. It's just hard on the congested side to try to rotate. Sometimes you have to do a little bait and switch. You have to wait for other players to rotate to make it easier for you to rotate through. They're rotating parallel with one another, popping shots when they can. And now Lobby has made Anderlecht and X-Squeeze the focus for a few seconds. He quickly backed out, disengages, which is huge in terms of keeping himself alive. As Lucia's there, feeling that same pressure on a whole different corner of the map. So even though they don't have far to go before they're in zone, they don't have full HP and shields, which means they run the risk of getting one-tapped with the mammoth. Aiden Splash predicted to need to move up 5 placings at the end of this game from where they're currently at. Just like Mesa and Voltiax, it's just a prediction, so it's about a top 7 performance. Once again, it depends on how everybody else in the lobby performs as well. And when you have Pink, when you have Vico, when you have so many other heavy hitters in this lobby, you gotta know it's not going to be easy to achieve.
Pink and Vico want to go out with a bang. It's been an impressive day, and even though they cooled off the past couple games, there's no better time than now to solidify that first place slot. That is what they are fighting for, as well as the elim record. You can see this rotation from Pink. Really nicely done as he moves them to a pretty safe position off the edge of this hill here.
Yeah, for them, they don't have to worry about Surge. They just have to worry about staying alive, even if that means conceding some of that elevation. As we're back on board, Nate and Splash kind of on the congested side. Everybody in the lobby realistically is on the congested side of the zone, but for Nate and Splash, they're one of the teams that have a far rotate to go if they want to try to make it there, but they're instantly trying to beeline right down the center, and they're doing a good job of not even getting looked at by the rest of the lobby.
Left side was free there, and they take advantage, but there are other teams that look to do the same. But these guys are really doing right now what we want teams in their position to do. They need this game to be the one for them to qualify, and they're making it that. Already so deep into the game and looking like they're in a good spot. Archie and Jakey Fan now just trying to strut their stuff a bit, show us what they can offer when it comes time for grand finals next week.
Quickly rotating. They didn't like any of the looks they were given. Looking towards the backside of the zone. The zone has moved enough, but again, consistent game after game after game. It's Seti, it's Cammy that become the early team leading towards the high ground, but Pink and Vico just slaying out, taking down everybody in their path, getting all that loot for their effort, and not too far to go before they're back in zone in there. They need
an Archie solo clutch to wrap up the day is what it's going to have to be. We've seen Jakey Fan do it yesterday, and now it's up to the big Archie to do it now. Gonna have to put that Milkman nickname to the side, because this has to be the one. Let's go, Archie. Big pop popped, and now gonna try run his way on in through low ground. There is a duo there, a big shot connecting, and now they're worried about him. Even though he is a solo, he can just start to walk through freely. Only 4 builds remaining though, and unfortunately they will catch up to him. Ping is the one to get their limb.
That's a huge find, but Nate's by himself. Top 16 players still left alive. Nate has so much pressure on his shoulders. You can see him just trying to top it off with the men miss, giving him extra chance to survive. But with no builds, his job is just so hard. He knows somebody's there. He's trying to get a refresh, but bets against it. He's just trying to peek through, stagger himself back, and use this as an opportunity to sneak attack. But Kenty on the other side, he's trying to hold on. That's basically a battle for the top 50. Kenty comes out on top, but is it enough to hold?
Huge there from Kenty. The peak was excellent. Almost looked like some classic box fighting creative stuff we see there. But look who it is up above the sky. Cammy and Seti once again in one of these games, playing for high ground. In some of the games we've seen in the Cash Cups and the rounds before this week, they were playing for it a lot more than what we've seen and showing off what they've been practicing. Refs and Trippin went for the flank, but quickly get spotted out. That's how you know Cammy and Seti are on their game right now. Nothing can catch them out on high.
Yep, not letting anybody bypass him. The eye on top of the mountain, Juice feeling the pain. He loses Noah Riley. Shots coming in from all direction. He's forced to try to make a play. Quickly builds a piece in front of him. Tags up one towards the back, keeping himself alive. That's a huge siphon. He inches himself into the top 5 as well. But there's 3 solos, including himself running around. Vico is going to be the other.
Vico now. He's already had plenty of heroics today, but looking for even more. There's a player above him that he spots out. But with his lack of materials comes lack of options. He just needs to hope something will fall down, and it does. But unfortunately, this player's taking shots to him from above as well. But that might just be good enough to hold on to first place for the rest of the teams in the lobby. Trippin and Refs, their attempt at height wasn't good enough, but now those players have dropped down, and so it's a 1v1 situation for the game here, really. Who's it gonna be? Cammy again trying to pick up the win, and he picks up Ref's card, and now it's up to him to finish off the business. He's been in this spot so many times already today, and just needs to connect the final shots. Will it be the one in game number 6? Cammy just has to hold on. The Shieldfish will be enough, and now we can hit the final shot to win the game. Cammy and Seti, 2 second places, but finally the victory royale in game number 6. A big win for the Polish Plow, who do it every single week in these qualifiers, and they do it here to wrap it all up, heading into the grand finals. Cammy and Seti are unstoppable.
Showing that they are the team to beat going in, because you got to realize the team that won the last major is not here. Thomas and Malabuka have slipped up here in week number 3. A lot of those superstars are down and out except for Cammy and Seti. And with those 2 second places that you're mentioning, to me, I'm just happy to know that it did not affect their mindset, not even an inch.
Consistency from these guys is unbelievable. I think everybody has sort of been thinking, with Queasy and Veno not going to be in the grand finals, what is high ground going to look like? What will it be? Who will it be? Cammy and Seti might just be that team. They're playing for it so well. And even those teams that do try and take it off of them aren't having success. Trippin and Refs, they went for it, they tried to flank. There was no chance they were taking it off of Cammy and Seti. A brilliant win and a brilliant day, Jacob. The qualifiers come to an end for us, but we'll send it back to Zeke and the analysts to see who is it that has made it to the grand finals.
Thank you guys so much. An amazing set of games here in Europe. It did not disappoint, from high eliminations to multiple victory royales to breaking of an elim record. All that transpired here in just 6 games of Europe. And of course, a massive congrats to Cammy and Seti getting themselves a victory royale on the day. Yes, 2 other games today, they came in that second place. And in one game not that long ago, it came down to a 1v1. But now they finally say, okay, we're just going to go ahead and win it. Let's just go ahead and lock it down.
Yeah, a little bit of a run it back situation there with a 1v1 opportunity, but third time's the charm as far as finding that Victory Royale is concerned for Seti and Cammy. And again, the way that they were able to manipulate these other teams in the lobby to be forced to play those mid and low ground layers in comparison to where Cammy and Seti were able to position themselves on height, it's just perfect. Essentially, it really seems as though these two have an excellent grasp of not just how to play their draw spot, but playing their draw spot so efficiently to put themselves in a position where they can focus entirely on their rotations so that they have nice positioning later on.
Yeah, I said this team were playing Fortnite Bingo earlier on, and they've just ticked off the final little square of a Victory Royale on the day. Fantastic stuff from this team, and I'm really excited for them going into Grand Finals. Levin alluded to it right there, perfectly explained, because Quizzy Venom, they're not inside of the lobby. They're not going to be in Grand Finals, so will they be going for high? I think this is the sort of team that won't be going for high every single game. That won't be their game plan. That won't be their strategy, but as we've seen today, if height is offered to them, if they get the opportunity to, they are not afraid to go for it. And when they're on there, they look pretty unstoppable.
Absolutely. We have to take a look at the standings. I want to see how everything shook out. And of course, Cammy and Seti coming out with 299 points. I know what you're thinking. They got to be at first place, right? The answer is no, because Vico and Pink just dominated today. Take a look at this record. 41 eliminations, now being a new record on EU, and 358 points. You know, Taco, we're looking at Seti and Cammy thinking these guys are crazy. I'm looking at Vico and Pink like, why did I not think you guys were crazy? Where did I go wrong?
It just seems as though the more time that goes by with these two playing together, the more trust that is being built between them as well. Pink and all of his experience has been awesome for Vico's development. We've known for a long time, Vico heavily regarded as that up-and-comer for the scene for the longest time, but now these are the results that we've been waiting for so long to actually take place to where you can truly see that rise really begin to shine.
Huge respect to both these guys. I think both individuals put together a stellar performance today. Both Pink's rotates were absolutely perfect. Of course, we saw Vico fragging out, doing exactly what his job is, getting 10 eliminations in that one game. You couldn't ask for much more from either of the duo, and only getting one placement outside of the top 7 today, being their 20th place in Game 5. They pretty much played it to perfection. I'm sure they won't be 100% happy, but going into Grand Finals, they're looking pretty good.
I mean,
it's the fact that they're even going into Grand Finals, right? Because for Pink, that was a huge storyline for him as well, especially with everything that happened last season. So this is definitely a huge moment for him to prove to everybody that he still got it.
Speaking of people who still got it, Tripper and Revsguard, these guys in the final moments of that game, they finally managed to put some things together. My question is it enough though, right? We're looking at the top 50 of the series point leaderboard. Have they done it? Did they get those last little points that they needed to kind of push them over the edge?
Should be set. Tripper and Revscar were already basically on the cusp of being essentially auto-qualled into Grands, and with that performance, especially with getting a second place finish there, that's sure to bounce them up a decent amount. We saw them teetering in that top 10 of the leaderboards even throughout the day, so I'd imagine that this should have been the security that they needed to make sure that they're in Grands.
Yeah, they qualified. They're already in Grand Finals. They're looking good. Last week, we saw them get a 7th place. The week before wasn't too great in week number 1. They had 280th, so they didn't even make it out of Opens. So the development from this team has been really, really good. And this is what we like to see from Revsguard and Trippin, who both duos didn't have the best last season. So I think for them, it's a nice bounce back for them coming together. The Danish dynamic. I'm excited for them going into Grand Finals too.
Man, was there anything that stood out to you guys overall in the day that maybe has you hyped going into Grand Finals?
I was actually really excited to see that little switch up of a draw spot there for Hide on Bush and Mustache. I think that it's interesting that when a team is already qualled for Grands, that they just take this final weekly play opportunity to just try and practice out a new draw spot, feel it out, see what they make of it. Because over at the Secluded Spire, we know how dominant that loot can be. We saw in the first 2 games even from Mustache and Hide on Bush, they were having a pretty strong swing of the lobby with their loot and having as many of those legendary strategies as well. So it was interesting to kind of see how that continued to develop for them throughout the day.
Yeah, that's such a sought-after spot. I'm excited to see if, sort of those sort of teams will be able to battle it out. But, I mean, Pink today, what a performance. Vico, what a performance. Those guys are stellar, aren't they?
Well, Minnie, I have a surprise for you. We actually get to talk to Pink himself. So we obviously have to start by just giving you a massive congratulations, Pink. Man, 358 points to end the day, brother. First off, just congrats. You guys absolutely crushed it. What do you attribute to this success? Because, like, you guys were just so dominant all day.
Obviously, me and my teammate, we played pretty well. And our coach, BloodX, we've been working hard the last week. So we didn't quite do well week 1 and week 2, but I feel like week 3, we put our mistakes together and won, obviously.
And Pink, for you specifically, what's been your favorite part about duoing with Vico so far this season?
Knowing that when we're scuffed or when something goes wrong in the mid game, it's never over. That kid, he can just like somehow kill 2 people, or like he'll just cook up a storm and just get us cat mat somehow. So that's the favorite thing.
Yeah, it's been really great to see the development of you guys as a duo, of course. Some of the things that haven't quite gone well in the past, such as the loot not quite being as free as Vico would have expected in some cases. But hopefully for you guys now, you'll be able to progress. What's been the main learning points for you going into Grand Finals? What are you going to fix up? Is there any mistakes you've made?
Need to work on a few things end game, and mid game lacked a lot today, but we were pretty lucky because the last games were dead. So surge wasn't a big issue, but we just got to work on that because I don't think our surge was good.
And Pink, one last question for you. So recently in an interview with you, you said making it to globals would make or break your career. Now, taking a step closer, how does it feel to know that you are right there? Now it's just grand finals, and you could make that move.
I mean, like, this is just a weekly final, so it doesn't mean much. It's just grands is grands. There's 2 days there. I just got to focus on that. I'm not like in my head thinking I've already qualified or anything. I got to still perform on them 2 days. This week don't matter too much.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to be, right? Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't overthink it. Stay in the zone. I love to hear Pink. For all the fans who out there who maybe just tuned into Fortnite, they're like, this Pink guy's amazing. I want to follow him. Where can they find you?
Pink EU on Twitch and Pink on Twitter.
Absolutely. Well, Pink, thank you so much, brother. Massive congratulations again to you and to Vico. And of course, we'll be seeing you in grand finals.
Thank you.
The duo, again, just put on a fantastic show for us here in EU, breaking an elimination record, setting 58 points on the board, ending in first place. And remember, this was a duo that they wanted to try and make it to grand finals next week. I gotta say, this is a terrifying duo, friends, and I'm scared that maybe other people aren't taking this duo as seriously as they need to be.
Well, they weren't taking them seriously before, which I'm a little skeptical about because I think that a lot of people kind of understood the real potential behind this duo once they started to get a little bit more in sync with each other, and all of their time spent playing together throughout these weekly finals and throughout the Duo Cash Cups as well, I think has definitely done a lot for them. But Pink as an individual, I mean, even stepping back to his player profile where he's talking about some of his highs and lows in his career, what really sticks out to me is that this is a team that just seems like Pink has really figured out a draw spot that works super well for him. And it was interesting to hear him talk about the fact that, like, hey, we were okay on Surge, but we could still be better.
Yeah, exactly. As I mentioned in that interview, they've had a few mistakes, they've had a few issues during the season, and I was really excited when this duo came together, knowing how good Pink is as an IGL, knowing his sort of prowess, his sort of presence, if you like, in a duo. He's quite loud, he's quite strict, he's quite harsh if you make a mistake, and Vico needed that. He needed that sort of person to lead and take the reins, and that's exactly what Pink is doing in this duo. He's making sure that the Vico, I should say, doesn't step out of line, and that's exactly what why it's going so well for them. We see Vico Vico just following Pink's every move, and every move that Pink made today was absolutely perfect. Rotations were absolutely world-class, and I'm hoping for them they can continue that going to Grands, because this is a big moment for them. I think they can definitely qualify to Globals.
And if I just wanted to like dive just like one layer deeper, just to dissect this a little more, from both of your perspectives, if there's just like one thing they could do to just kind of push their gameplay that much further, what is that thing for you?
I think for the most part, it's just Pink ensuring that the Vico's mentality stays with it. Because again, Vico, he is an incredible fragger, and nothing will ever be able to like take that away from him. But at the same time, being a little bit of a younger pro player, sometimes I think it's more of the mental game against yourself that become your worst enemy. But Pink, being such an experienced player, has kind of already dealt with that, and he knows how to overcome those sorts of issues in the middle of a heated moment.
Yeah, this is a finals lobby. This is a grand finals lobby. So for me, I'm expecting to see, as Pink just mentioned, their Storm Surge strategies improved, developed a little bit going into grand finals, because they're not going to be able to get 10 elimination games every single game, or 12 elimination games. It's not quite going to work out that way in grand finals. So you need to make sure that you make the most of those. And I hope for this team they can.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your insight. Now, of course, we also have the series point leaderboard ready for you all at home. So we have a great idea of who will be going to grand finals next week. We can take a look. This is a look at our top 10. Now, remember, we've played 3 weeks. Players have placed. They put points on the series point leaderboard. And then from there, we take the top 50, move them into grand finals. Seti and Cammy, after today's performance as well, they locked down that #1 spot. Vico and Pink right behind them, though. This is way too close. Only 5 points separating the duo. And just looking at this initial top 10, who stands out to you guys? Obviously, I'd love to say Vico and Pink. We just talked about them. So maybe, is there another duo that stands out?
Lucky number 7. They're laughing and show them. We got an opportunity to interview They're Laughing in an earlier finals week, and well, what I asked them was, what exactly are they laughing at? And they mentioned their placement from previous seasons. So here, this could be a great opportunity to essentially rebound from that in Grands.
For me, it's Malibuka and Thomas HD. We broke them down at the beginning of the show. This is a duo that have every element. They have every asset in their inventory of assets, if you like, their toolbox, to find success in grand finals finally, because they've had a 2nd and a 3rd so far this chapter. And I think this is their best opportunity. They have a very, very good drop spot. It's marked out well. They have good surge strategies. And when you combine Thomas HD with that mammoth pistol, that is a dangerous combination. And I'm expecting them to do well. I can see them definitely top 3ing. I think they probably are my favorites to win.
I love it. Okay, so now we're not going to go through every page, but I want to do 2 things. One, I want to start with jumping down to 41st through 50. We can see the duos that just barely made it in. And then after that, we'll take a look at the 51st through 60 to see who just missed out. Turning attention back here, remember, these guys just made it through. Alvalder, Vask, we've actually seen them a couple times in the last couple weeks. To see that they've made the 810 points makes it, I mean, they're going to Grands. That's what's up.
Yeah, for a lot of these teams, many of them kind of under the impression that they were basically set as long as they were right around that 815 or higher series points representation. And 810, seemingly the cutoff there for Vask and Older. And those two probably feeling relatively ecstatic about the fact that they're going to have a chance now to try and get a little bit higher than 50th in Grands.
Yeah, one team that stuck out to me right there, Skydune and Shakos, those guys making it into grand finals, which means that they'll be 100% landing at the secluded spy. They've been landing there all season. So that, of course, means for Mustache and Hide in Bush, these guys are going to be contested. If they do decide to stick to that secluded spy area, of course, it's a highly sought-after location, highly contested location, and we saw it with Queasy and Venner when they decided to contest Skydune and Shakos. It didn't go well, so that's definitely something to look for in grand finals. I'm excited to see what happens there.
And of course, calling out veterans like Snazy, Podicide, Trulex, and Chico as well, right? I mean, we're running the like almost people we're used to seeing going into EU with a couple of splashings of new duos, mixes ups, and even a couple new names. And we'll get to this next little bit here in just a moment to kind of talk about the duos that just missed out. But in fact, you know what? Let's just do it right now. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. These are your 51st through 60th. Remember, these guys just missed out on qualification. The stress. I don't want to know. I
don't want to know.
We'll take a look.
It's too stressful.
It's too stressful. You know what? Hold on. We're going to come back. I'm too stressed. We're going to update it. We'll come right back to it. I stressed myself out. I got ahead of myself. I'm too stressed. I had to put a pause on that. Guys, as we kind of prepare our minds and kind of look forward to Grand Finals in Europe, obviously NA tomorrow. We'll focus on that tomorrow. For EU, what are your expectations for this week of players, right? They have a week to kind of go back to the drawing board, look at VODs, try and decide where they're going to land, because there's a lot of POIs and a lot of drop spots in general that I think are going to be a lot more contested than we've seen before.
Well, we've already seen a handful of teams choosing to actually switch up their drop spot, not even just at the start of a weekly finals, but also halfway through the competition. For example, sometimes even choosing to surprise con teams in the 4th, 5th, and 6th matches. So really, I think it's about teams just making sure that they're prepared for any and every situation, especially the teams that might expect themselves to be uncon, because it's been proven already that teams are definitely willing to contest last minute.
Yeah, preparation is key going into Grand Finals. I'm expecting a lot of explosive action. I'm expecting crazy plays to be made because, as we mentioned earlier on, Queasy and Venno, the EU Hike Kings, will not be there, which leaves that door wide open because nobody knows who's going to be taking high ground. We've seen a few teams try and go for it in these weekly finals. I'm expecting Roban and Axforce, of course, one of our high ground teams, to go for it. We've seen iDrop and Mappy going for it. We've, of course, seen Seti and Cammy going for it. We've seen so many crazy plays. I'm excited, Zeke. I'm excited.
High crowd is going to be anybody's game. Okay. All right. My stress levels are down. I calmed myself down. We can take a look here. We have the leaderboard, the series point leaderboard to take a look at to see which duos did, unfortunately, miss out. Remember, 8-10 was that cutoff. 2 duos right there going to tiebreakers with 8-05, but unfortunately was not just enough. A duo here I did want to highlight for us in 56th place, Splash and Nate. We actually saw them compete today. They did come close. Unfortunately, they did fall short.
But it's still a nice experience, I think, for that duo to kind of collect as a team. They really put in an excellent effort. It's just a little unfortunate there that we saw, I believe it was Nate that was stuck in a solo situation in that final game 6. And they needed a 5th place or higher on the leaderboards today in order to actually make themselves eligible for a series point quals into Grands. So maybe next time, though. You never know.
Yeah, another storyline that we picked up on at the beginning of the show, Mesa and Voltiax. Unfortunately for those guys, they didn't quite manage to make it happen in those final few games. They had a really, really good start. I think they had 3 top 10s in the first 3 games or 4 games, so really, really solid stuff to kick things off for them. But it was one of those situations where they had so much loot going into those last games, but it was the teams that were hitting the W key, teams that were being a little bit too aggressive, a little bit more aggressive in the mid game that they fell victim to. They didn't quite have the strategies to sort of mitigate those circumstances. So for them, didn't quite work out, but hopefully they'll be coming back stronger for Last Chance Major.
Absolutely. You just take all the experience, you take what you've learned, and you implement it, right? Last Chance Major will be that final opportunity, but for now, here in EU, we turn attention next week to Grand Finals. When are we back? Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule. As I said, next weekend, August 12th, 13th, we will be here for Grand Finals. 2 days of Fortnite action. And a key date there, the Last Chance Major, August 20th. That will be the last chance for duos to try and qualify to Grand Finals in each respective region. And of course, this is all leading us up to Global Championships. If you want to go, hey, tickets are still available. And if you haven't seen this video that we internally joke about a lot, take a look. This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
In case you can't tell, one of our favorite things to do to each other is to say either, and they take it by force, or it's going to be absolutely insane. Now you get a little insight into what we talk about off the camera.
It doesn't count unless Levin's saying it. I'll put it that way. He's got the best impression.
Of course. They take it by force. Well, Fortnite fam, that is it from all of us. From here, at least in EU, don't forget tomorrow we'll be back with NA, and of course, the final week of the competition before Grand Finals. From us, from our casters, Jacob PR, Levin 2K from our mid-game analyst, Vivid, and of course these wonderful analysts. We want to thank you guys so much. We hope to see you tomorrow for an NA, and if not, we'll see you next weekend for the grand finals. As always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on the Battle Bus.